Before I start the intro, I just want to go ahead and let you all know you can ignore that waiting screen. We are not playing Super Paper Mario today. I just like that music. That was fast. I forgot that this game doesn't do user profiles, or at least not before you start the game. That was really fast. Oopsie. All right, hello everyone. Hi, welcome to the stream. So I don't have like anything really important to say at the start here. If you're expecting like a retrospective or something like that, I hope you read the description. If you like are seeing the title, this is not going to be any sort of this is not going to be any sort of like retrospective or like some philosophical like anything whatever. No. None of that. I've just kind of had this thought process in my head for a pretty long while now, ever since this game came out. But then, especially ever since the Thousand Year Doors remake came out. I've been very curious about where Paper Mario is headed, what direction things are going to be going, and not just like generally speaking, but also even like smaller things about it. And I kind of just want to talk about all that today. I want to talk about all that. So sorry, just got distracted by something. But anyway, could have been refolded. I just wanted to like play on my Switch too, I'm gonna be real. But yeah, so I kind of just want to talk about like all these tiny little things that I think about all the time about where Paper Mario 7 is what I've been calling it, where Paper Mario 7 could go, what direction anything could take. And I figured, you know what? Fuck it. Let's play Origami King while I talk about it, because this is still the most recent new Paper Mario game, and I figured playing Thousand Year Door Remake while talking about it would just be kind of like, I don't know, stereotypical, expected from a Thousand Year Door fan. So, I wanted to show that I have a little less bias, and that there are certain aspects of these games, these modern Mario games, I'm sorry, Paper Mario games, these modern Paper Mario games, that I'm also interested in seeing return. And, yeah, this stream could be like an hour and a half, or it could be 4 hours. Who knows? I don't know how long it's going to be. We're literally going to sit here and go through this list of topics I have on my phone that I've been putting together every time I think about something relating to the next Paper Mario. That, this stream could literally be like an hour and a half or 4 hours. It doesn't matter. Like, it depends on how active everyone is with talking about it with me, because I want this to be a very chat-focused stream. I'm actually probably going to be standing around in the game a lot while I'm just talking about little things. So, with all that said, let's go ahead and just start the game. Boop. Okay, you enjoy your bath. And also, hello Andre, hello Luna, hello Linishi, hello Elias, hello UV Hunters, hello Grey Fox, hello Baby. Is that everyone? I have no idea if that's everyone or not. Anyway, imagine it actually being called Paper Mario 7, considering they have Mario Kart 7 had a number, and also 8. Honestly, I think that would be really lame. Okay, Paper Mario title predictions. What's it gonna be called? No, I don't think they're ever gonna resort to like Paper Mario number, because this isn't really a game series like Mario Kart or Mario Party, where that's just like, yeah, sure, let's just give it a number. Doesn't matter. It kind of does matter with Paper Mario. You know, and I know Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest or whatever else. Is it Dragon Quest? I think Dragon Quest also does numbers. You know, I know those RPG series also do numbers, but even still, like, this is... Paper Mario is supposed to be Fun! Whee! Fun! So, I think trying to sell a Paper Mario game with a number isn't really going to attract a huge crowd. Yes, let's ship out. I don't know how much I can contribute if it's a chat-focused stream other than my already known opinions. I mean, you're free to say them anyway. I mean, guide the conversation however you want to. All of you can do that. Anyway, so what's the first thing on my list? I need to pull my list up. I didn't actually do that before the stream. Hold on. Okay, you know what? I got some obvious ones to start off on. Hold on. When I was making this list, I did try to have, like, similar topics put together so that they can, like, lead into each other. And then I also have, like, a bunch of checkboxes so I can literally tick off topics we've talked about, regardless of what order we actually talk about them in. So, let's start with probably the most obvious one. How are we feeling about story? Do we think the next Paper Mario game is going to have a compelling story? I have no idea what to expect. Lies? Lies what? Wait, oh wait, that's really far up on the chat. Oopsie. Don't think there's ever going to be a number, unless it's Paper Mario and the 7 things. Paper Mario, the 7 things to open the gateway. That's pretty much how this series is, honestly. Sometimes it's less than 7. Sometimes it's more than 7. One time it was more than 7. One time it was 8. But you're getting it in the prologue, so it's still kind of 7. Starting with the Bobby sequence in this game? Yep. But, anyway, so, story stuff. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what to expect about anything Paper Mario related. They've completely fucking thrown me off. That's what I'm gonna say for, like, all of these topics. I don't know what to expect. But, I think it really kind of depends on where they want to go, because it's pretty clear from how the Thousand Year Door remake turned out that they do care a lot about the way people kind of see that game, you know? People consider Thousand Year Door to be a very special game, and so they gave it a very special treatment compared to how Paper Mario has been treated, you know, the past, like, decade or so. They went, like, all out with trying to make that game feel as special as possible with all the not merchandise, pre-order bonuses. Actually, I think there was some merchandise in Japan. But, like, just all these little things, everything else. So, story-wise, I think if they want to take a page from Paper Mario, the Thousand Year Door, it's probably going to be a pretty alright story. Like, I don't think Thousand Year Door, as far as central plots are concerned, I don't think Thousand Year Door has, like, the greatest story ever. Like, Rotus as a villain, he's a little shallow, in my opinion. I think Crump is honestly more compelling than him. Shadow Queen kind of shows up, like, at the end of the game and is mentioned a bunch of times before then. But, you know, I don't know. Thousand Year Door has a good story. It has a good story. It's not like a masterclass. What is a masterclass in Thousand Year Door is the variety of story. There is so much variety in that game's story. Every chapter has its own little, like, self-contained story that it's telling. It's awesome. I genuinely love Thousand Year Door for its story variety. Even all these, like, minor NPC characters, they've got their own lives, all these other little things. But as far as central plots go, I mean, like, I think if we got something on par with Thousand Year Door, people might think like, oh, well, you know, it's still a little weak. It's still not like, you know, the greats, Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario. But like, Thousand Year Door's plot, the central plot at least, is kind of, could have used some work. I think Super Paper Mario is the one that had a real good central plot, and I don't think we're ever gonna get that again. But, you know, I think if we could get something on the level of, like, the first 2 Paper Mario games, that would be awesome. If we could get fucking story variety on Thousand Year Door's level, like, I don't know if that's ever gonna happen again, but I would be over the moon ecstatic if it did. Like, if every chapter had its own self-contained story, because that's something that Paper Mario kind of doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, sometimes chapters have self-contained stories, but a lot of the time, chapters are just kind of like, here's a new area with some new characters and a new problem, and then you solve the problem, and most of the story progression in the chapter kind of just contributes to whatever's happening in the main story, you know? That's kind of how most Paper Mario games are. Thousand Year Door is really a bit of an exception, contributing to both the main story and, like, its own chapter stories at the same time. I really, really want something like Thousand Year Door again. I don't know if it's going to happen, though. I think if we get something similar to Origami King, that is going to be pretty upsetting. So hopefully we don't. I think the story is that Bowser's taken over the world and the galaxy or the universe with other bosses from returning games. I don't know if they would do that, honestly. The whole, like, returning bosses thing. Paper Mario doesn't really do that. But anyway. Oh god, I'm, like, fucking struggling to even remember where I want to go. I don't know. Here's hoping, though. Here's hoping for a good story. I don't really mind if they lean into, like, the papery gimmicks, you know? Like, fucking Sticker Star, Color Splash, and Origami King, they love their paper gimmicks. Not to say that the series didn't have it before, Thousand Year Door did, but, like, it's on a whole other level with, like, Sticker Star through Origami King. The way they constantly reference the fact that they're paper and, like, all the dialogue and, the way the plot centers around paper. Like, oh, this one's centered around stickers, sticking things. This is about paint. You have to paint things in. Ooh, people are having the paint drained from them. Origami King is about people being folded into, you guessed it, origami. And also there's a bunch of holes in the environment that you have to fill with confetti. Yay! Yippee! I don't know. How to Let the Water in chapters 1 to 5,000 Year are about a damsel in distress. Yes, Scoops and Bobby are damsels in distress. Sure. But, like, Thousand Year Door has, like, a fairy tale influence with, like, each of its chapters, you know? Oh, wait, what am I doing? I'm stupid. But yeah, I don't know. What about Paper King Bob-omb, Paper Histocrat, and more? I really don't think those are gonna happen. I mean, they might, but it's probably not for, like, some big story thing if they do. I don't know. Origami King is also about toads, because obviously this is a toad. I mean, Color Splash is too, and so is Paper Jam. Ironically, I feel like Sticker Star is the one that's the least about toads, despite them being the most plentiful in that game. Yeah, let's go to Sweet Paper. Sweet Paper. Sweet Paper Valley. That's a name of a location in this game. And right after that, we got Scorching Sandpaper Desert. Like, you get what I'm saying? There's a lot more paper theming in these games. I think everyone knows that. I don't need to go on about that. So, let's move on. I think they're going to run out of paper gimmicks to use if they keep up the Origami King route. I think they will too, but I also think there are plenty that are still left. They have not done anything with the idea of, like, erasers or shredders or anything like that. And especially considering Paper Mario loves having worlds erased, by which I mean one game loves doing that and the others like to just put the world in danger. I think they could possibly do some gimmick with, like, something similar to the Void from Super Paper Mario, but it's a fucking eraser. Something stupid like that. I feel like they could genuinely do that. I wouldn't put it past them. But, I don't know. Hopefully we get something a little better than that. I think I prefer no paper gimmicks, but it's not like the end of the world if it ends up happening again. Yeah, I don't think it's horrible. I think that might also be on my list of, like, things to talk about, by the way, so I might talk more in depth about the paper gimmicks later, but, you know, just as it related to the story, it seemed somewhat relevant. Oops. Sky's the limit on paper gimmicks and art style. Yeah, oh, by the way, art style is one of, like, the first things we're going to be talking about in this stream, by the way. I really want to talk about the art style. I'm so curious where they're going to go with that. But before we get there, let's talk about the number of chapters. And this one's just going to be, like, really quick. I don't think we're actually going to spend a whole lot of time on this one. But how many chapters do you guys think we're going to have in the next Paper Mario game? The first 3 Paper Marios try to stick to this idea of having 8 chapters, kind of like how there are 8 worlds in a lot of Mario games. But the past 3 Paper Marios have kind of done away with that a little bit, sort of. I don't know, it's weird. So, like, I don't want to sit here and draw the fucking new Super Mario Bros. Comparison. I'm not going to do that. But, like, I kind of have to here because it's relevant. 2D Mario games as a whole have not really been doing 8 worlds as much. I mean, they still kind of do. They still pretty much do. But, like, actually, maybe I should say, like, world-based Mario games in general, because I'm gonna talk over this, by the way, this is not a story stream. Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 both have 6 worlds, with some extra levels outside of them, but point is, they both have 6 worlds. New Super Mario Bros. 2 is the first 2D Mario game, I think, to have 6 worlds. I don't, like, okay, actually, hold on, Super Mario Land 2. I forgot about Super Mario Land 2. That one also has 6 worlds. And then you got fucking Mario Wonder, which has 6 worlds, plus Petal Isles, and then plus the special world. But the special world is generally not considered, like, part of the count, so 7, maybe? And then you have where Paper Mario's at. The past 3 Paper Mario games have all had, give or take, 6 chapters. It doesn't call them chapters. Like, in Sticker Star, they are explicitly worlds, I think. And then Color Splash and Origami can kind of just follow that with, like, story segments, but they don't call them anything. It's just, you got the second this thing. You got the third this thing. You broke the fourth this thing, you know, whatever. It's been 6 chapters, and, like, all 3 of those games. Color Splash is a little debatable, because you'll finish the 6th chapter boss fight, and then you go to Black Bowser's Castle, but Black Bowser's Castle is, like, 1 level, and it lasts maybe, I don't know, like, at most an hour for the entire level and ending sequence, so I'm not really sure what to expect for the number of chapters. I feel like it could just as easily be 6 as it could be 8. Or maybe they do 7, I don't know. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I wouldn't mind 6-chapter Paper Mario again if the chapters are pretty big. But it also, like, depends on the direction of the game in general. And how much actually happens in those chapters. Because I feel like sometimes things don't happen in chapters and they're just kind of going on for a while. This is a pretty good example. Like, don't get me wrong, something did just happen. But, like, Scorching Sandpaper Desert, like, once we go through Breezy Tunnel and get to Scorching Sandpaper Desert, I feel like not a whole lot actually happens in this chapter. And it kind of just goes on for a bit. But I don't know. Maybe that's not a fair judgment, because, like, things do literally happen. There are story developments. It's just, you're also going around a desert, which, to be fair, it's a desert. But, like, I don't know. Do we need chapters? We don't necessarily need chapters. They could go a completely new direction with Paper Mario. No chapter-based shit. Just a fucking open world. Breath of the Wild. Let's do it. Origami King's already kind of like trying to have bigger worlds anyway. So let's see Paper Mario do this big open world where you can complete everything in whatever order you want, like Breath of the Wild. I don't know. They could do anything. They could do anything, dude. But if they do go for chapters, I am curious if it ends up being 6 or 8. I feel like it'll most likely be 6, but I would love to have 8-chapter Paper Mario back. I don't really know how big of a fan I am of self-contained stories. Doesn't that just make partners irreverent again after their respective chapters? Irrelevant? I don't know. I wouldn't really say they become irrelevant. Like, Origami King, sure, because they literally don't, like, join you or anything, but I would say Thousand Year Door does a very good job of keeping its partners relevant. Some of them can be a little weird, like Flurry's not really relevant after Chapter 2, as far as story stuff is concerned, but they still do a good job of, like, making sure the partners feel like they're an active part of the story, even if their story arc is over. If that makes sense. And even then, some characters, I would say their story arc isn't over, like Hoops. You know, his whole thing is, you scratch my back, now I'm gonna scratch yours. I mean, actually, that's all the partners. But, like, his whole thing is, you know, he finally was brave enough to take down the dragon and save his dad, and so now he wants to help Mario save the world, show how brave he truly is for Koopy-Koo. You know, stuff like that. I think partners do continue to be relevant. Yoshi Kid doesn't really have much of a story arc in the first place. He's just kind of like a little fighter the whole way through. And he continues calling Mario Gonzalez, except for, like, the few mistakes the original game had. So, meh. I don't know, I feel like as long as they... Excuse me. As long as they handle it well, like, there's no problem with chapters having self-contained stories, just so long as the things that start in that chapter, or the things that happen in that chapter, contribute to the overall story as well. That's kind of what I feel. before I wonder about the story, I wonder about the length of the game, same as before. So 6 or 8, because I don't know. It's also like weird to judge by the number of chapters as well, because some games just are generally shorter or longer than others. Like Sticker Star has 6 chapters, and so does Origami King, but Sticker Star is a much shorter game. So I don't know. Maybe chapters aren't really a good metric for the length of the game, more so just the variety of areas, which chapters could also just have multiple areas in them too. You know, Chapter 2 of Paper Mario has Mount Rugged and Dry Desert. Chapter 3 of Super Paper Mario has, like, the start of the Bitlands, and the Tile Pool, and the Great Dotwood Tree, and Fort Francis, all very different areas, kind of. So I don't know. It's just, like, a thought I have. I just wonder about tiny, stupid things like this, even if they don't matter in the slightest. I think it would be cool if more partners had a Bobbery moment where they have another moment to shine in the story after their moment in the spotlight. Like how Bobbery has to talk to the mayor of our outpost to get the cannon up and running. Yeah, that would be really cool. I think that is a good way to do it. Forever Forest and Gusty Gulch. Yeah, there we go. That's another example of, like, chapters that have multiple areas. I just like numbers. But, wait, this is a collectible treasure. I'm just playing casually. I don't give a shit about this. Goodbye. Logan has a point. No, I don't have a point. I'm babbling, dude. I don't have a point at all. Sticker Star felt more open world, which sounds stupid, but it's possible to collect all the royal stickers out of order. Yes, that is correct. And maybe it's better to say, like, it's possible to do so intentionally, because you can actually collect star spirits out of order in the first Paper Mario also, but that was very much not intentional and requires heavy use of glitches. But I know that's not really the point you were making. Yeah, Sticker Star is more open world. I don't know if we're ever going to get another Paper Mario game like that again, though, unless they deliberately go for an open world approach. We'll see. But the next thing on my list, and this is kind of related to the chapters, is just like, are they going to be chapters? If we have chapters again, what are they going to be like? I don't think they'll end up like that again. Probably not. Longer games like Tales of Symphonia don't have chapters. Instead, the characters have fluid relevancy all throughout the game, with more or less mini arcs that move on the story and moments to shine. Yeah, but, like, this is Paper Mario we're talking about here. They're bad at doing things like that. Anyway, related to chapters, though, if we do have segmented story arcs, or just segmented areas, again, like what we have with the streamers in Origami King, and the chapters in the first 3 games, and the worlds in well, actually just Sticker Star, and the color areas and color splash, whatever. If we have that sort of thing again, do we think they are going to be chapters? Because that's something I'm kind of wondering about. That feels like it'll really depend on how the story is presented. Because here's the thing. The first 4 Paper Mario games all present the story as, like, a story, you know? It's a story that's being told. You know, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Paper Mario games specifically make it like a story book, you know? Book opens at the start of the game, book closes at the end of the game, kind of deal. Not really. The closing thing was more of like a Sticker Star and Thousand Year Remake thing, but then Color Splash and Origami King said, fuck that, we're not storybooks anymore, we're movies. And these games are, like, much more cinematic, with, like, pre-rendered cutscenes and shit. So I'm kind of wondering, will the next Paper Mario game present itself more like a story being told, or will it present itself more like a cinematic experience? I think the cinematic experience is going to happen regardless, honestly, because Thousand Year Remake tried to be a little more cinematic also. But I wonder if it's going to be like a storybook type thing. Or not. If it is a storybook, that means we get chapters. Yay! Chapter 1! Chapter 2! Chapter 3! I don't know. I don't think Paper Mario needs open world bloat. I don't think so either. For especially another reason that I'm going to talk about later. Hopefully not like Sticker Star or Color Splash. I don't really mind the level select world structure, but I do think it is the weakest world structure. And this also somewhat applies to Super Paper Mario also. I want people to realize that, because that game is also level-based. And I think it's a little weird for that sometimes. But, I don't know. What I like about TOS is cutscenes usually bring out all your party members and they talk about what's happening, interacting with each other. I feel like if Paper Mario really tries, they can do that too. The older games didn't really do that so much because... I don't fucking know, that's just not how they were built, I guess. But Origami King does try to have Olivia and your secondary partner interacting with each other a lot, as well as other characters in the scene. And Thousand Year Door's remake doesn't really do a whole lot to make other partners, like, interact with each other, but... excuse me. But it does at least try to, like, have them out more in more scenes. Scenes where there would only be one partner before now have, like, all of your active party members. Like, obviously, when you're holding the map up to the Thousand Year Door, or, like, for example, when you're in the blimp going to Glitzville. I wish they were also all out on the ship going to Keelhaul Key, but I guess maybe that would have been too crowded. I don't know. 7 is a crowd, I guess. Sorry. What's TOS? Tales of Symphonia. His favorite RPG that I've never played. Really hope the partners interact more with each other next game. I'm sure they will. I hope there are, like, partners. I'd be really upset if they do no partners again. Aside from a guiding partner. Alright, we already talked about individual story arcs, honestly. Chapter intermissions. Okay, that's something, I guess. So, Paper Mario games. The older games in the series usually had little intermission segments between chapters. The first two especially would usually have you controlling Peach, walking around trying to find out more information on what's going on behind the scenes with the villain, or where the next Star Spirit or Crystal Star is, or whatever. Not so much the Crystal Star thing, Mario kind of finds that out from the map, but, you know, like 64 has Peach snooping around to find out info on where Star Spirits are, and Thousand Year Door has her snooping around to find out what the X-Naut's plan is, I guess? And then you have Super Paper Mario, which has these little intermissions to just show us what the villains are up to. Like, there are a few intermissions for, like, Peach and Luigi, one each. But it's kind of different from the first two games, where the intermissions in that game show us more what's up with the villains, how are they feeling throughout all this. And then, after that, we get a little, you know, Tippy's memories. We get that sort of thing. Then, from that point forward, the intermissions kind of stop. Like, Sticker Star gives us just a brief little story thing, like, oh, the royal sticker landed on this guy's head, and they went mad with power, like, every time. You know, aside from, like, World 4, where it was like, oh, I wanted to build a body, but I was melting away, and then the sticker landed on my head, so I could have a body forever, or something. You know, fucking Mr. Blizzard. And then you got Color Splash and Origami King, again with their cinematic approach, no, like, storytelling shit. Goodbye, Toad. Where there's, like, no intermission whatsoever, because for the entirety of Color Splash and Origami King, and they said this in, like, an interview right before Origami King or right after or something, their focus with the story in those games was to try to create as a unique of an experience for Mario as possible, because they wanted the story to be told entirely through Mario's eyes, or, like, what Mario experiences. Which is why there's all this crazy shit like dance numbers and more dance numbers and massive monsters like swooping down, whatever else. But there are no intermissions, so we don't know what the fuck, like, Ollie's up to the entire game. Like, what is he doing? What is Ollie doing this entire game? Just folding more minions, I guess? Having scissors make more paper mache monsters? Question mark? I'm sorry, paper macho monsters. We don't really get to see any of that. And same goes for, like, Black Bowser and Color Splash. we don't have intermissions in that game. We do at least have Peach sending out these little hollow peaches that allow her to kind of tell Mario, hey, this is what's happening. So we at least have that, but we still don't actually see anything, you know? It's just, oh, Bowser did this horrible thing, Mario. I think he's preparing something horrible. Or something like that, you know? So I do wonder if we're ever going to have those story intermissions again, or if they're going to just try harder to have the villain be more present, potentially. God, I hope so. If they don't have intermissions, I want the villain to be more present so that we actually see the effects of the shit they're doing throughout the game. And not just sitting in their castle, folding 1,000 origami cranes. And launching one boulder. You know? I don't know, man. If we don't get intermissions, I want a villain that's present. I think that's kind of my takeaway from this whole thing. All just has ego, and that's his personality throughout the whole game. Yeah. Starting with Sticker Star, I don't find any partners or enemies captivating. Yeah, no, I kind of feel the same. I do like some of them. Like, Professor Toad is one of my favorite partners from the modern trilogy, at least. Wait, shit, how do you solve this? Oh, Lord, I don't know. It's a 2-move thing. Well, I'm stupid. Sorry, 1 second. I need to, like, focus on this battle for a second. Because this game's fleeing system is stupid. And luck-based, and it feels like it's weighted against the ability to flee. So, I don't want to just get fucked by the Pokies. Wait, it's another 2-move one. Okay, there's got to be something I'm missing here, right? Man, I don't fucking know. Mullock or Ball for the next 4 years. Pokies have 28 HP, so Shiny Flower should do enough damage. I don't know if I've had access to those yet. Oops. Alright, now finish him off. Look at that. 1.5 attack power or something. Oh, just die, please. Fun origami fact, whether you can run from battle or not is predetermined when you pick the option. The meter you fill to run away is literally just cosmetic. Yeah, I know. I know. Same things for Sticker Star and Color Splash. It's just completely luck-based. And Sticker Star gives you... Hold on. Sticker Star gives you the illusion of being able to flee from a fight. Like, the screen will get darker, but you can usually tell whether or not you're actually going to be able to flee from the moment you press the A button, because if the screen starts getting lighter, like, immediately after, and not at a slow pace, then you're not going to flee. It doesn't matter how hard you mash, you're not going to flee. I have genuinely, like, sat there and done jack shit on fleeing and run away successfully. And I've mashed as hard as I could and not run away, like, at all. And that seems to be the consistent pattern. If the game is resisting you pressing the A button, then you are not running away from the fight in Sticker Star. There is not actually any skill in it. It is just luck. And the chance that you can run away is also, like, a little bit dependent on how often you do so. And how many, like, enemies you've beaten since last running away. Or something like that. We will get to the battle system topic in just a sec. Also, I realized I was looking at the screen the entire time. And by the screen, I mean you. And not looking at the screen. But anyway. Oh god. Okay, we got a loaded topic coming up. We got a big loaded topic coming up. So next on my list, I really miss more interactive action commands from Thousand Door. Me too. Next on my list of things that I want to talk about is the characters. Hey, we all knew this one was coming. So what do we... He does that? Wait, I've never noticed that. What the fuck? Whee! I didn't know he holds his hands in the air when falling like that. So this one's a bit of a loaded topic. This has been a big issue for a long while, and nobody's even sure if it's actually resolved or not. The characters. Starting with Sticker Star, Paper Mario has refused to have very unique characters. And we ended up finding out the reason for that, supposedly, was that there's a little bit of, like, control over what sorts of characters can be designed. Kind of already started talking about that. Yeah. There's a little bit of control over what sorts of characters can be designed. At least according to an interview, supposedly they were not allowed to, like, alter designs from the Mario world. And nowadays it seems like that has lightened up a lot. But, it's hard to tell where we're really at, because realistically speaking, Sticker Star and Color Splash, okay, that was during, like, the era where they were not giving us jack shit in terms of characters, aside from, like, here's a guy with a hat. Origami King tries a little harder. Origami King tries to have characters by either just having them be not part of the existing Mario world, like the Legion of Stationery or Olivia or Ollie, or by just putting more clothes on them, like Professor Toad. He doesn't just have a hat, he's got a full suit. Captain Toad, he's got a full suit, and it's like, it's kind of long, and it somewhat creates the illusion of a different body shape. Not really, but like, you can pretend a little bit. But then you have everything that's happened since Origami King, and this is where I'm, like, really confused. This is where I don't know what we're going to get moving forward. Because Super Mario Odyssey has a lot of original characters. This came out before Origami King, but since then, Odyssey characters have shown up in a few spin-offs at least. They've been a decent part of the Mario movies, especially the recent Mario Galaxy movie. And then you have in 2023, we got Super Mario Bros. Wonder, which... the whole point of that game, the way they designed it, was specifically to come up with, like, so many new ideas to surprise players and not just, like, do the same thing again and again, because that's what people have been complaining about with, you know, New Super Mario Bros., for example. And then, after Super Mario Bros. Wonder, we got a remake of Super Mario RPG that did not alter any character designs, like the Mario and Luigi remakes did. And then we got a remake of Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door that did not alter any character designs and even added a couple new characters, those being the Battle Master Toad and Infamous, as fiction said. But those are the only two characters I can think of that were actually added. And then we've gotten Mario and Luigi Brothership, which has loads of new original characters. But I don't really know where we're at, because whenever I actually think about it, it feels more like an illusion to give us new original characters while still not modifying existing character designs. Like, think about it for just a second. Super Mario Bros. Wonder has all of these, like, new original characters, but it's still a 2D Mario game, and it doesn't really need to actually come up with, like, new characters the way an RPG does. So all of the Poplins just look the same. All the Poplins still look the same, and they're still sticking to, like, this whole, like, genderless design. So unless a character is, like, explicitly trying to present male or female or something, they want these designs to be able to be interpreted either way, which is perfectly fine. I'm fine with that. It's just I wish they would have more characters that would present one way or another by their own choice or whatever, if that's what they're going for. But then you have Super Mario RPG's remake, and that was just a very faithful remake all the way through, so of course they weren't going to change anything. Then you have Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Doors remake. Actually, hold on. Before we get to Thousand Year Doors remake, we got Princess Peach Showtime. So Princess Peach Showtime has a lot of new characters. The, what are they called? The Feats, I think? I think they're called Feats. And Princess Peach Showtime is a game that was... I played it. It was very obviously designed to be more so for younger kids, so they don't have to come up with all these super original character designs. All of the feats kind of just look the same shape, same everything. It's just some of them have a mustache, some of them have a dress, you know, like all these other things. But like generally, are you moving the chair a lot? I'm not trying to. If I am, then I don't know. But they all still kind of look the same, just with different clothing, I guess. And they actually, hold on, in reference to what I just said, they do kind of present like this way or that way. So there you go. I mean, that's something, I guess, but they still all look the same beneath like the hair or the clothing. So that's a little strange, but whatever. Then you have Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, which is another just very faithful remake that didn't want to alter any character designs. The two character designs we did get were, and I'm going to say this in a very specific way, the Battle Master and E-Infamous. E-Infamous is interesting because he's a little Mouser character that kind of just looks like all the other little Mousers, but he's got a hat and like I think a notepad or something like that. And his name is a clever little pun, so it makes sense. It's fine. I'm perfectly fine with the Infamous. It's just that I don't know. I don't know how I feel about him, because like his design kind of plays into what I'm about to say next, but at the same time, little Mousers don't usually have like super unique designs as far as like their appearance beneath clothing, I guess. Then you have the Battle Master. He doesn't even get a name, bro. This is literally an Origami King character. Like, think about it. I know that there was concept art. They were going to give Battle Master a design of like an old man or, you know, whatever else. But at the end of the day, he is a purple toad that is wearing clothes. He's got like, I think, a hat. Wait, does he have a hat? I don't know if he has a hat, actually. I'm not sure. But he's just a purple toad wearing clothes, and he like strikes some poses. And his clothes are like full body, different from normal Toad's clothes. And his name is the Battle Master. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, that is a character that, for as fun as he is, I do find the Battle Master to be a fun character, but that is a character that could just as easily fit into the Origami King as he did in the Thousand Year Door remake. And all you'd really have to do is just like change the art style up a little bit. Like, that is still basically an Origami King character with Professor Toad and the what's his name? The Dojo Master or something? Battle Lab? No, wait, not Dojo. The Battle Lab Toad. The Battle Labrador. I don't know. Captain T.O.'d. Like, you get what I'm saying, right? I don't know. I don't want to be cynical. I'm just trying to, like, go over the facts of, like, where we're at right now. And then you have Mario and Luigi Brothership. And that game is the one that gives me the most hope, but not necessarily for Paper Mario. I still don't know how to feel. Because the thing with Mario and Luigi Brothership is, it has all of these unique characters, but all of these unique characters are in an entirely different world, with them being an entirely different species and everything else from what you see in the Mushroom Kingdom. In the Mushroom Kingdom characters, the Toads, guess what? They're just Toads. The Koopas are just Koopas. You get the idea. But at the same time, it's hard to tell if that means anything at all, because Mario and Luigi doesn't do character design the way Paper Mario does. Like, a lot of people like to point to Superstar Saga, because that game had so many unique Toads in, like, Peach's Castle and Little Fungi Town and all that in the Game Boy Advance version. But when you really think about it, after Superstar Saga, how many unique characters are there of, like, existing species? Like, Partners in Time, you've got Toadbert and Toadico. And then Toadsworth, who was brought in from Mario Sunshine. Toadsworth was in Superstar Saga also. Toadsworth is in all of the Mario and Luigi games, except for Paper Jam and Brothership. But, like, Partners in Time has Toadico and Toadbert. And young Toadsworth, I guess, if you want to count that. Bowser's Inside Story has Dr. Toadley and his intern. And it's got like that one green mustache toad that's different from the yellow mustache toads that are here and there in Toad Town. And then it's got like female toad designs, which, you know what? Clap for Bowser's Inside Story. Good game. There we go. You're trying a little harder than Partners in Time did, having one female toad. But then you have Dream Team. Is there a single unique toad in that game aside from Toadsworth? Then, like, let's look at the Koopas. Like, or just like Bowser's Army in general. You've got the Elite Trio in Bowser's Inside Story and Dream Team. And you've got the Minion Captains in the remakes. Is there anyone else I'm forgetting? Like, oh yeah, Kylie Koopa. There's Kylie Koopa as well in Partners in Time. I forgot about her. And she's in Dream Team. But like, I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's hard to use Mario and Luigi Brothership as a basis for where we're at with character designs, because it's not like all of the Toads and Koopas being sort of generic is really anything new for Mario and Luigi. They kind of do this with every game, just to varying degrees. But at the same time, it still doesn't look good. It still doesn't look that great. The unique characters look wonderful. I'm very happy with the unique characters in that game. But the existing characters, it's like, this is par for the course for Mario and Luigi, but par for the course for Mario and Luigi is not what I'm looking for in Paper Mario. So it's just hard to like, it's hard to tell where we're at with the character designs, you know? It is hard to tell where we're at, in my opinion, at least. And I want to like really, really hope that we will get character designs on the level of the first two Paper Mario games again. Because I love the first two Paper Mario games' take on character designs, having all these unique NPCs, like Steven's saying, all these unique NPCs, even though they have nothing to do with the story, they're not important at all. They're just unique NPCs for the sake of being unique NPCs, just making the world feel more fleshed out. I think that's awesome. I want more like that. That's what I want, you know? I think that's what a lot of people want. I wouldn't be like super upset if we got like Mario and Luigi style NPCs in the next Paper Mario game. Or like, well, I would be upset if it happened with like Origami King style. But if we got like Mario and Luigi style NPCs, fine, whatever. But I don't necessarily want that for for Paper Mario. I'm fine with it for Mario and Luigi, I expect it. But anyway, oh shit. I want cool Shady Koopas back for when they're in Bowser's Army. It makes 1,000,000% chance. Nope. Since that Bowser would give his most loyal minions spiked armbands like his and those trying to be intimidating pointy sunglasses. Yeah, for sure. I just want original characters that are kind of like Bowser enemies. Yeah. Dude, it kind of blows that Origami King actually has an original villain again, but all of the enemies are still just like Bowser enemies. Bowser enemies that have been refolded to be like, mindless zombies, sort of? I don't know. Made my fan-made character a Magic Koopa named Calvin. Need to share my drawing. If I can't find it, I'll redraw him. Oh, nice. Also, did I miss something? I was like looking down and I could not advance the text. Dude, I'd love to see your Magic Koopa character. I love Mario OCs. They're awesome. No evil toads. I mean, to be fair, evil toads aren't usually a thing regardless. Like, there's the Koopa Bros disguised as toads in the first Paper Mario game, but aside from that, they don't really do evil toads. Just some that are kind of assholes sometimes. I don't know, does the toad that murders Shy Guys in Color Splash count as evil? I guess we could count him. That was pretty evil. Vengeful as well, but evil. That scene is still, like, ingrained in my head. I find that scene very funny. But anyway, if Koopas in Paper Mario can grow hair like Koops' eyebrows and Koopy's hair, then that must technically mean every Koopa with those shades in Bowser's Army has a military crew cut. Maybe. Ollie is, I'm sorry for being harsh, actually a worse character in this game or any Paper Mario game in my opinion. I do not find Ollie to be a very compelling villain, and I might talk about that later, or I might not. I don't know. I just want to move on from the characters for a sec to talk about another character topic. Let's talk about returning characters. So, Paper Mario does not really do returning characters a whole lot, except for when it does. The first Paper Mario game, I don't remember if there are any characters that, like, explicitly return from Super Mario RPG. It's got a lot of stuff that references that game. Like Shooting Star Summit being Star Hill, kinda. Actually, I think it is Star Hill in Japanese, but, you know. Shit. Looks like I already shared my drawing on your server. Oh, nice. Anyway, shit. What stupid stuff was I going on about? Right, returning characters. So, Thousand Year Door has a bunch of returning characters, kinda. And also just references to past locations in general. Thousand Year Door really actually tries to world build with the first Paper Mario game. Super Paper Mario doesn't really have returning characters, aside from the cameos on, like, cards or the background pictures, you know? Which Thousand Year Door Remake later adopted. But, the new trilogy loves referencing itself. It does. It really does. Especially the fan thing. Shouldn't take away the new characters? Oh, no. I don't want it to. But I think it would be cool to see some characters returning. And not just older characters. I'm being fully serious when I say this. I want characters from Color Splash and Origami King to return also. Kind of hard to say Sticker Star, because there kind of aren't characters in that game. But hey, they managed to figure out a way to make one of them return in Paper Jam. But you know. They mentioned Parakarry, Goombella, and Bo and Sticker Star? They mentioned Bo? I don't remember that one. Bobby mentioned he would like to be an admiral. Yeah. Oh, what am I doing? There. Feels possible. I wish that Paper Mario show enemies was possible to battle in a folded soldier battle. I feel the opposite about that. I'm gonna go on about that later. But yeah, no, I would love to just see characters returning, just like hanging out in certain areas. Maybe Goombella's doing research in whatever fucking third area we have in the next Paper Mario. Maybe Professor Toad shows up in like some ruins or something. I don't know. I think it would be cool to just have some returning characters walking around the world in the next Paper Mario game, and I mean that from both halves of the series. I really want to see them just regard the entire series as being a series, and not like, okay, these games kind of suck, let's forget they ever existed. Nope, you made them. You gotta commit to them now. Please just learn how to fucking commit, dude. There's your bone, classic Paper Mario fans. Go get it. Yeah. On the topic of characters, though. Oh, wait, hold on. Bo is only in the Japanese versions. Oh, okay, I see. That's why I don't remember it. But, shit. What else? What else is there? The only references to older games in these games are Goombella and Parakarry's letter and Sticker Star Jump, and that collage of each from old games in the cruise ship room in this game. Well, I mean, there's Bobby mentioning that he wants to be an admiral as well. I'm sure there's some others I can't think of. Oh yeah, there's a musical reference in Color Splash. When you get a big paint star, it's the title theme of the first Paper Mario game. You can't break in new shoes if you keep rebooting. Rebooting? Yeah. But on the topic of characters, how do we feel about lore characters? Paper Mario games, the older ones, loved to have their lore characters that would explain stuff that happened in the past. For example, Thousand Year Door had Grifty and, to some extent, Wonky, who would kind of tell about, like, everything that happened with the ancient city and the Shadow Queen and the Four Heroes and all that shit. And then Super Paper Mario had Carson and Garson, who would talk about, like, all this sort of stuff with, fucking... If I could just think of what I'm trying to say before I start talking. Okay, well, maybe, hold on. No, one of them, between Carson and Garson, one of them just, like, tells you about, like, gameplay things, I think. And, like, oh, here's Flipside Tower. This is built this way. But, like, they kind of go on about Flipside and Flopside, the history of them, and stuff with Merlin, and some gossip they've heard. And then, oh, here's the entire history of Count Bleck and his, like, most elite minions. How did we find out about this one? Shh. We just overheard. So I don't know. I'm a big fan of show, don't tell. Makes sense. I think that would be really cool. Ironically, Origami King does try a little harder with show, don't tell. But its lore is Dookie Water. So, like, here's the thing. Origami King loves, and Steven, I talked to you about this, like, yesterday or something. But Origami King loves to, like, play on these ancient vibes with all these different areas. You know, like the Vellumental temples and some of the islands in the Great Sea and Shangri Spa. It loves to play on these ancient vibes, but it all kind of falls flat because, for example, the Vellumentals, these are like these ancient elemental beings. They control the earth, water, fire, and frozen water. And you would think that they would maybe be a little more powerful, but apparently the main villain of this game, who was just born like probably a few days ago, or just folded, sorry, not born, but you know what I mean, somehow he was powerful enough to just like fold all of the Vellumentals into these beasts that are trained to attack Mario, I guess. Huh? What? And then you defeat them, and Olivia kind of just, like, concludes from them dropping the Bibliofold and giving, hello, hello, hi. Olivia kind of just concludes from them dropping the Bibliofold and giving her the power to become folded versions of them that, like, oh, this is their thank you, or something like that. But we never really find out what the hell the Vellumentals are. Like, we don't get any of that. What we do get is the Sea Tower, which is like this place of worship for the Vellumentals, which I guess, okay, that's, hold on, a little bit of that is kind of hinted at here and there, like, they're these beings to be worshipped, but we get the Sea Tower, which is like this place to worship all the Vellumentals or something, but we don't actually find out at all what the Sea Tower is, aside from just something relating to the Vellumentals, probably a worship place, maybe. It's more so like a gateway to Shangri Spa, which you would think is like, okay, here's this really cool ancient place that's gonna, like, give us all the lore of the Vellumentals, probably, right? No, it's a spa that, like, anyone can just go to, and its lore is entirely separated from the Vellumentals. The lore of Shangri Spa is that it was just always a cool spa in the sky, and King Shroomsis would use the submarine, the Super Marino, to go there and relax. But then one day, Captain T.O.'d stole the Super Marino from him, and so he had him frozen. And the Super Marino was lost and later found by modern Toad kind or something, I guess? I don't fucking know. Like, it's like it tries to have all this ancient stuff, all this lore, but it's not really connected at all. And how much of it, by the way, has to do with the main story, with Ollie and Olivia? That's right, none of it! Instead, we have a little house in the Great Sea with, like, here's the origami craftsman, no name, by the way, who will, like, say, yes, I folded Ollie, and then he must have looked at my plans and folded Olivia, and he, you know, trapped me in the wall for some reason. I don't know why. Turns out it was because he can't see the fact that a nice message was written on him. He just thought he was being desecrated, because that's the thing with origami. You don't write on it. It's like a desecration of it. It's a sacred thing. But, like, we don't really get much more than that. That is just their backstory. That's it. And, like, he spends the game folding these 1,000 origami cranes, but it's not, like, alluded to in the slightest before the finale. And if you don't know Japanese folklore, it makes no fucking sense. Where did this ass pull come from? This is just how a wish is granted? I don't know. It's like there are tidbits of them trying to do lore in Origami King, And they do try to show it a little bit more than just tell it with like a lore NPC like Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario do. But none of the lore is really that deep or connected to anything that's happening in the story, or even each other. The lore of the fucking Shangri Spa has like nothing to do with the Elementals as far as I know. So, huh? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope that if we get, like, background lore in the next Paper Mario game, it's actually related to the story and all that. I don't know, man. Have I talked to the guy at the desk yet? I don't know if I've talked to the guy at the desk. I think the shitty story in Ollie's most stupid motivation comes from Nintendo thinking anything deeper is too complex. Yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly. The Thousand Crane Wish is just Japanese folklore, which... if you're Japanese and you know the folklore, then sure, that makes sense. I'm not Japanese. I did not know that was a thing. So to me, that was just like, you just pulled that shit out of your ass. Where did this come from? Like, to me, I thought it was just some, like, story development they just made up for, like, the last minute. Did not allude to it in the slightest. I felt it was kind of stupid. It's okay to have villains that are just evil as opposed to tragic villains, but if you're evil out of stupid reasons, then it's just stupid. Yeah, that's why Grotus, as shallow as he is still a better villain than Ollie, because at least he's menacing with his generic-ass, I want to take over the world, shtick. Please, Nintendo, just don't ever do an Ollie again. Yeah, right. They just shoved the fucking, like, Origin House in, like, with no build-up to that either. The no writing on Origami King thing is weird to me because they use fortune teller things as hazards in Origami Castle. I've never thought about that. Oh my god, that just made it even more stupid. I mean, to be fair, we don't see any writing on the fortune teller things, but, you know... I mean, it's kind of obvious what they're supposed to be, so... Yeah. I think I've summed up my thoughts on that pretty well. Let's move to another topic that might also still be character-related. Okay, yep, it's character-related. Oh my god, we've still got, like, 2 more character-related topics. But it's okay. It's okay, because we've already kind of covered one of them, the villain. Sort of. Do we think we're going to have a good villain in the next game? I really hope so, but I don't know, and I think that kind of sums up my thoughts on that. Let's move on. Luigi! Let's talk about Luigi. I'm really curious about what his role is going to be, because Luigi always has, like, the most random roles in Paper Mario games. Like, the first game, he's just stuck on house-sitting duty and being jealous of, like, all of the partners that Mario has with him. Then in Thousand Year Door, he just starts waffling about this adventure in the Waffle Kingdom. And, like, taking down the Chestnut King, which is supposed to be a big joke on the Goomba King, the prologue boss of the first Paper Mario game. So at least he's going on his own adventure, probably, considering he's got, like, partners joining him. Then in Super Paper Mario, all of a sudden he's a major story important character. He's one of the 4 heroes, and also the one that will decide which way the prophecy goes, light or dark. Because he gets brainwashed and shit like that, and he doesn't join your party until way later in the game. Then in Sticker Star, he's background cameos. Then in Color Splash, he's background cameos, plus if you find him, then you can progress to the final area of the game, because he comes driving in on a cart. And then in Origami King, he's on his own adventure again, just being silly old Luigi, looking for the key to Peach's castle and being very stupid. This has got to be the key. No, wait, no, it's this one. No, it's this one. This one at least belonged to a castle, Bowser emblem. Like, I really, really wonder what Luigi is going to be doing. Oh, that is not the right way. What Luigi is going to be doing in the next Paper Mario game. Do we think he's going to go on an adventure again? Or is he going to be joining Mario? Or is he just going to be, like, sitting back in, like, the fucking hub area or something? Luigi's going to be the villain? They already did that with the 3rd game. Smile. Oh my god, that's still here? I thought that would have despawned by now. Huh. Interesting. Also, wait, I just realized, is there not an item shop in this area? I thought there was an item shop here. Guess not. No, wait, no, there is. Hold on. I love your Luigi voice. Probably will go on his own adventure. I hope he does. I think I like it the most when Luigi goes on his own adventure. Super Paper Mario was very interesting. I like what Super Paper Mario did with Luigi, but I don't think that's something they could do a second time. I want Luigi to just go on his own little adventure like he does in Thousand Year Door and Origami King. That would be the best. Paper Stars, the best Paper Mario game. Well, they all kind of have to do with stars, except for like Origami King and maybe Super Paper Mario. Luigi's another case of making a character a tool, reducing them to one trait. Paper Mario kind of just, like, does that. Like, I think it kind of always has done that. He's a little extra stupid in, like, Color Splash and Origami King, I feel like. But he's still kind of just stupid in all the Paper Mario games. Except for Super Paper Mario. I feel like he actually stands on his own pretty well there. I just don't know if they could, like, do that sort of thing with him again. Unless the next game is, like, Paper Mario and Luigi or something. I don't know. Paper Mario and Luigi would be sick. Dude, I'd be so down for that. Proper Mario and Luigi Paper Mario crossover, but it's, like, not actually a story crossover, just, like, a gameplay crossover. I'd be down. I've been wanting that shit for a long time. Been wanting it since they first announced Paper Jam. And then Paper Jam didn't deliver. It's just Mario and Luigi gameplay with, like, cards that function like badges. You mean Sticker Star? I see. More power to you. I've been sitting on that Vellumental beef for years and it's still getting blown over. Oh, did I miss a message or something? Yeah, Paper Jam with a bigger budget and a less burnt out team would have been awesome, I feel like. God damn it, I forgot to get the fucking... I was supposed to grab the sun incense. Actually, I think I forgot to read, like, the journal, too. Paper Jam story is bad? Yes, it is bad. I'm so curious what they're going to do with Luigi. That was my last character topic, by the way. I mean, obviously characters will be relevant in later topics, but that was the last topic related to characters I've got. So, I'm going to move on in just a sec, but I got to, like, make sure I'm focusing so I can progress in the game. Imagine bringing back the 4 heroes again, the 4 present at the same time in a turn-based battle. That would be cool, but also a bit chaotic, unless they, like, make the battle system specifically designed around that sort of thing working and not feeling overly slow. Because I feel like that could feel really slow. Hey, Linky. Alright, let me, like, read the journal first before I waste my time talking to this shy guy. Hi, Lines. Dude, I hate the fucking auto-translate thing in the chat so much. I think I might have to stop relying on my phone to read chat and just look at the chat on the stream. Because the auto-translate keeps, like, changing things that don't need to be changed. Linky, your new name is Lines, according to my phone, and I will send you screenshot evidence. 1 second. I'm going to send it in the member-only Discord server. Hey, if you want to support me, you can support me on Patreon, and you'll gain access to a members-only Discord server, and also works in progress for any artwork that I make for the channel. Anyway, moving on from that. That's my biggest prediction for Paper Mario 7, honestly. That people are going to sub to my Patreon. Smile. Alright, here. Didn't Linky say you could turn it off? How? How do you turn it off? I must have missed that. Also, I need water. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. I've been blabbing. Yapping my ass off. Hello. Hi. Stop selling out. That's my job. Bro, unfortunately, it is quite literally my job to sell out right now. Because I need to pay rent. And I am in a country where I cannot communicate with people, so I am extremely limited on what jobs I can get. You can look it up again? Alright. So what is my next topic after Luigi? Oh, it's something I can gloss over really quick. So my next topic was music. And music is definitely a strong point for Paper Mario. Dude, my throat is so fucked from just like an hour of straight talking. I also feel like I'm having to talk a little bit louder today. Whoa, sorry. I also feel like I'm having to talk a little bit louder today because I don't like messing with the volume on the monitor, but Origami King's a little bit of a louder game. So that could be contributing. But anyway. Floods the stream? No, no flooding the stream. My problem with the modern Paper Mario has never been the music. Yeah. Yeah, this was like a topic that I was just going to gloss over really quickly. Music's going to be good, I'm pretty sure about that. I mean, I've never really had a problem with music. But there are some things about it that I did want to talk about because I think they're just interesting to think about. You don't like any of the modern music? Really? I had no idea. Not even Thousand Year Door Remake? Imagine if Toby Fox made a couple songs for Paper Mario like he did for Sword and Shield. That would be awesome. But Paper Mario has like this very orchestrated big band feel to it now that I'm not sure if Toby could recreate on his own. Unless he were just like composer or something. Or wait, is that the right? I don't know. Hope they don't over-focus on the music in the next Paper Mario game. My thing with Paper Mario is I really, really love the direction they've taken with the music. I think the music sounds awesome. I genuinely love how the music is in the modern games, especially like everything from Color Splash forward. To me, it's really cool. And I also like the jazzy feel that some tracks have. Color Splash had a lot of jazzy music, same for Sticker Star. But Color Splash was like big band jazz sort of thing, I think. But, yeah, no, I love, like, the focus of just, like, having this really grand feel to the music. The thing that I'm concerned about is them focusing a little too hard on it. Because here's the thing. Starting with Origami King, they have started to have so much more dynamic music. And Thousand Year Door Remake turns that 10 on the dynamic music up to, like... Oh, hold on, maybe it's more like an 8. Up to like an 11 or something. Because like Origami King will have drum beats come in for whenever you're passing by like ancient sites in Scorching Sandpaper Desert, for example, or it'll have like these different variations of battle themes for different areas that you're in. Thousand Year Door Remake says, okay, every area theme gets like 2 or 3 or 4 versions pretty much. I mean, it's not literally every area theme, but it's most of them, honestly. And then there's a battle theme for like every area. And there are like multiple versions of boss themes that were played for multiple boss fights before, like the dragon bosses or the crump bosses. But sometimes, with all the new music they added in Thousand Year Door Remake especially, I don't really feel this as much in Origami King because this game was designed around this. But the Thousand Year Door Remake, I feel like sometimes it's a little oversaturated with the music. don't get me wrong. I love it. I love the new music. But literally the opening cutscene for the game starts out with the Mario Bros. House theme, which then very quickly gets interrupted by the Paper Mario title theme for while Parakarry is talking. Then Parakarry flies off and it goes back to Mario Bros. House. And then after that, Luigi starts reading the letter from Princess Peach, and suddenly it's the Peach Castle theme. And then after that, it kind of like goes silent, I guess. And then it's this mystical sounding or something like that whenever they are looking at the map, and then it sets up the Rogueport. There's the grand opening theme, and then you arrive in Rogueport. Like, that's all just like the first, like, what, 3 minutes of the game, and there's just music tracks changing constantly. I don't mind the new cutscene music, but sometimes it's a little bit too much in Thousand Year Door's Remake, and I really, really hope that they just, like, don't do that much again. I don't mind massive soundtracks as long as the game is able to accommodate them, and I don't feel like Thousand Year Door's Remake was able to accommodate it as well as they were probably hoping. It's fine most of the time. It's just some cutscenes especially are, like, pretty bad with how much music plays. Or, like, it can just feel weird, I guess. And sometimes there can be some, like, slightly unmemorable cutscene themes as well, because you only hear them, like, once. I don't know. I don't want there to be too much music. That's kind of my takeaway from it. Aside from that, though, I think it's good. Feel bad Riverside Station got music for just one room now? Yeah. That much does kind of suck a little bit. I like the new Riverside Station theme, but maybe it could have started playing after you go back in from being in that right area outside. I don't know. I mean, it was like, it was 2 rooms in the original game, and now it's 1. So, not that much of a difference. But still. They had a separate boss music for each boss in the Chapter 8 bosses in the remake? Yeah. Almost. Shadows, the 3 Shadows still use their theme from when you fought them in Chapter 2. But, Dark Bones had its own theme. Gloomtail had its own theme from Hooktail. And then the rest just kind of already had their own themes anyway. Get back drowning myself. Listen to this beautiful music. Oh yeah, doesn't Mario, like, talk in this one scene? Like, I think he talks twice in the entirety of Origami King. And I think this is one of those scenes. Yeah, there it is. Disable auto-translation, live control room, stream settings, video details, box edit, remove the check mark, or remove the check mark from auto-translation in chat. I will look into that later. Next Paper Mario game should give me $100 IRL whenever I do an action command correctly. Honestly, I agree. Okay, so, next topic, and this is one that I think about a lot, because I'm an artist. What do we think the visuals might be like? What do we think they're going to do for the art style? And there are a lot of things that we can talk about here, so we're going to spend a while on this topic. But I'm very passionate about this one, in, like, a good way. So, I'm very happy to spend time on this one. So, Paper Mario loves having different art styles for games, until it doesn't, until it does. So there are a lot of games that look similar. Thousand Year Door, Super Paper Mario, and Sticker Star look a little similar. Super Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door especially look similar. Color Splash and Origami King look similar. But in general, each game has enough differences in its art style where you can see, like, a clear difference even between the games that look similar to each other. But what I'm really curious about is what they're going to do for the art direction of the next Paper Mario game, because they have a lot of options ahead of them. On the one hand, they could go for this sort of art style again, with like the paper cutout characters and paper mache world, or if they don't want to do big worlds again, they can do the diorama worlds that Color Splash had, but I don't think they really look that good in that game. I think it would probably be a little closer to how they look in Thousand Year Door's remake. But like, my personal opinion is I am very split on what I want. I'm very split on what I want. Because on the one hand, I love Thousand Year Door Remake's style for the characters. I think they are the best that Paper Mario style has ever looked. With like having the puppet bodies for characters that the original game had, but still making them look kind of like three-dimensional and papery, I guess. I think it looks fantastic. I think it looks awesome. And I genuinely do want that the most. If they're going to revisit an art style for the next Paper Mario game, that is what I want. I want it to look like that. But the thing is, and this is the part that I'm hung up over, is the world... Actually, hold on. Give me like 1 second. Give me a moment. I need to like move to another area real quick. Just keep waiting. I'll make my point in a sec. Okay. The thing is, the world of the Origami King is so fucking artistically beautiful, dude. Like, genuinely, the reason why I would not be opposed to another Origami King visual style game is because of the world. Not so much the character art style. Like, I think it looks fine. I'm not going to sit here and complain about the white outlines or anything. I do not give a shit. I do not care about that, like, at all. It does not bother me. But the world design in the Origami King, the way everything looks is... That's not the right area. The way everything looks is just so beautiful. I really, really love this paper mache style look for the world. With like the torn paper just everywhere. I think it's amazing. Like, I was wowed by this game's visuals from the moment it was revealed, and I am still wowed by it. When I was going down like the Eddy River Rapids, the way they make the water look with like the torn watery paper, not this, it's like when the water is more like in motion. It looks so damn good, dude. And that's why I'm kind of hung up a little bit, because I have a really hard time visualizing a paper mache world like this, or with like fucking what is this material? Like cardstock maybe, or like some kind of fabric? I don't know. But like, I have a hard time visualizing a paper mache like big open world like this with the puppet characters of the Thousand Door Remake style. Like, I don't think those would necessarily fit well together. They would have to rework one or the other, or maybe both, to kind of like make it fit a little bit. But I genuinely think Origami King has beautiful world visuals, and I would not complain to see this art style come back if it means we get more worlds that look like this. It just looks awesome, dude. Imagine like Thousand Year Door style variety in area locations with paper mache worlds. Like, imagine Boggly Woods with like a paper mache look. I know it's like, it might be a little difficult to imagine that, but don't imagine like literally Boggly Woods, just imagine like a Boggly Woods type area. Like if Autumn Mountain was Boggly Woods, if those trees look like Boggly Woods trees, imagine all of this in like a paper mache look. Isn't that awesome? I mean, Autumn Mountain alone is also awesome. This area is fucking beautiful. So like, I don't really know what I want for the art style, because they could go in a new direction, and I think that would be the thing that I would be like the most like, okay, this is a good idea about, so it would feel less stagnating. Because I feel like if they revisited the Origami King or the Thousand Year Door Remake style, it can kind of feel like it might stagnate a little bit, just a little bit. But I think like a new art style for Paper Mario would probably be the least stagnating. But at the same time, at the same time, 1,000 Year Door Remake characters, Origami King World, it just, like, those visuals in my head, I want them so badly. But if we get 1,000 Year Door Remake style again, I genuinely would not complain, because that is my favorite art style in the series so far. It just looks so good, dude. It looks so good. Like, there are some areas that look a little weird, like Petal Meadows kind of looks weird to me, but, like, excuse me. I just, like, I love 1,000 Year Door Remake's art style. And if it means we get more promo art, by the way, if we get more promotional artwork, like the 1,000 Year Door Remake's promotional art, I would be so happy about that, because that art style is eye candy even more than the, like, in-game art style. I love eye candy. Origami King's promotional art style is ugly. I think that game looks way better, but 1,000 Year Door's remake style, mwah, chef's kiss, dude. Imagine Void Archive style. That would be cool. Origami King had tools for automatically assembling sprites in giant batches, from there being so many required by having individual sprites. So much effort that wouldn't be needed if you just use the already satisfactory puppet rigs. Yeah. I like the, I like the expressions a lot. I used to worry about the idea of puppet rig style coming back, because those older games weren't very expressive. But 1,000 Year Door Remake proved me wrong. Proved very much that that art style can be very expressive with its characters, so, actually, I like that more now. You want Burger King? We just had Burger King earlier! We just had Burger King earlier! But also, while we're on the topic of, like, the visuals in the art style, what about the character designs? Like, outside of how the characters in the world look, what about the way that they're drawn? Because, like, that's something that kind of changed a little bit, you know? 64, 1,000 Year Door, and Super Paper Mario kind of had, like, their own way of drawing characters. 1,000 Year Door kind of reinvented it a little bit from 64, so it's not quite the same. But, like, those three games kind of had their own way of drawing characters. And then Sticker Star came up with a new way of drawing a lot of characters that still felt Paper Mario-esque, but not quite as much. Like, it felt very, and I hate to say this, New Super Mario Bros-ified. Like, especially characters like Goombas or Spinies, because they didn't look as, you know, like, paper flat anymore. Like, sure, they're literally paper flat, but the perspective that they're drawn with looks three-dimensional. Like the way the Spiney's eyes look, for example. So I'm really wondering if, like, what they're gonna do. I'm really wondering what they're gonna do for how the characters are drawn in the next Paper Mario game. Because I don't mind this, you know? I don't mind Origami King, or like the Sticker Star Color Splash Origami King art style. I don't mind it. I do prefer the art style of the first three games, but this is fine. But I'm wondering, are they going to commit to one style or the other, or are they going to come up with something new? Because I feel like if they commit to the older art style, it could potentially feel a little weird for some people, because it's like, oh, they backtracked. But then if they commit to the newer art style, older fans are going to be upset, because a lot of older fans strongly believe that the newer art style isn't as good. It isn't as Paper Mario feeling, which to some extent I do agree with. So the best outcome might be to either use a mix of both styles, or to come up with, like, a new art style that feels very Paper Mario and isn't, like, directly derivative of either of the previous styles that the series has had for drawing characters. I'm curious. I really want to know what they're gonna do. Of course, this question could be irrelevant if we get an awesome game that takes place in an entirely different world with entirely new characters aside from Mario and Peach and Luigi and Yoshi and, like, maybe one Toad or something. I don't know. But anyway. It's the character design itself being boring that makes it feel boring. Exactly. It's not necessarily the way the characters are drawn. It's the design. The next Paper Mario should be an RPG game. Give me experience, give me tactical turn-based battle, give me maybe 3 or 4 party members, give me epic boss fights. And it's a good thing you bring that up, Linky, because the next topic is Bowser. Do we think he's going to be yellow or orange? That is a serious question. So, like, this has not been different in any Paper Mario game at all. I think he'll be orange, to be clear. But, like, every Paper Mario game has had Bowser have orange scales. But despite this, despite Bowser having orange scales, Bowser Jr. has yellow scales. So he's more modernized. Of course, Bowser Jr. didn't show up in Paper Mario until Sticker Star, so that makes sense, somewhat. But what I'm wondering is if in the next Paper Mario game they're going to try to redesign Bowser slightly to like give him yellow scales also to fit more like how Bowser has been presented for a long time. Or if they're just going to keep him as orange scales Bowser for Paper Mario forever. I like orange scales Bowser more. I think that looks cooler. But I think they should make Bowser Jr. orange to compensate that also, if they're going to keep that. Because it does look a little weird. I'll die before I accept Bowser being yellow in Paper Mario. They should make him green, to be honest. Green Bowser. They should make him blue. Bring back blue Bowser. Lost Levels hype? Hello? Oh, right. Hold on. We gotta go get the sweet key from Luigi. They'll probably be the same. Yeah. Orange Bowser and Yellow Bowser Jr. in the next Paper Mario game. Let's go. Split the difference and make Bowser Jr. yellow-orange? Ooh. Wouldn't that be fun? What if Bowser was purple? Oh, I've got a great one. What if Bowser was completely black? Like covered in black paint? Like that kind of black. I think that would be a cool design for him. They should do that. What if Bowser was a wet floor sign? I'm sorry. I know I'm sitting here like ragging on modern Paper Mario a lot in this stream. It's just like, it's easy to do so because I'm talking about the entire series as a whole and what we think the next game will be like. And I have some qualms with these games. Alright guys, next prediction. Do we think he's spiteful, strange, sad, or snickering? Never mind, we don't have time, he's snickering. Shit. Alright. Do we think that this Sniffit is spiteful, strange, sad, or snickering? Damn it, you people gotta answer faster. I think he's snickering this time. What if you were a Sniffit? I'd be suffocating. Damn! I got it wrong again? Alright. Do we think that he's spiteful, strange, sad, or snickering? Come on, answer. Chop, 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 chop. Answer me. Come on, somebody. Damn it, you people just don't answer. I think he's snickering this time. Ay, 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 bro. What'd you forget? My freedom? Bro, I already moved away from the US. I lost my freedom. I'm no longer in the land of the free, Eagle. Yeah, let's play. I don't really feel like going in the freedom containment chamber. Alright, do we think that he's, like, spiteful, strange, sad, or snickering? Fiction says snickering. Alright, I'm gonna go with snickering. I think it's snickering this time, honestly. I agree. I think it's snickering. To be honest, you might be right. And the grand prize goes to fiction. It's rigged, by the way. I think you literally have to, like, lose that, and then the correct answer is snickering the first time. Or maybe just every time after. I don't know. You can't answer fast enough because of a delay? That sounds like a skill issue to me. Yeah, no. The correct answer is snickering. You just, like, actually have to lose one time because this game is designed very stupid. Lee. Hi, Luigi. We were talking about you earlier. The Sniffit could just lie about his expression. Yeah, he's kind of a stupid scam artist for, like, not doing that. I think it's funny how if, like, we didn't need the sweet key, Luigi would just be trapped in there for the rest of his life. If I wanted to, I could react to things Logan says before he says them. Luingus, which got translated to lazy on my phone. Luigi, please keep your car in the next game. Don't sell your car. I guess that should be funny. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe the idea that it's supposed to be funny. I don't know. Get it? Get it? Because you lost and then you got it right? Isn't that funny? Doesn't that make you snicker? Guys, that's the answer. It's snickering. Go eat a Snickers. You aren't you when you're hungry. I forget, does this item shop open at any point before the end of Chapter 3? Cool. Currently drying off on the veranda in my undies. The whole world will see you. RNG, my favorite. I don't think it's even RNG. I think it's literally just like... The answer is just snickering. I think that's just it. Like, that's the whole thing. And you just have to lose it the first time. Because it will never be correct. It's rigged. That's just how it works. Maybe it's supposed to be funny is one of the harshest things I've ever heard. You have to find the shopkeep inside one of the signs by hammering it. Oh, you're right. I'm gonna go do that. Snickers the male chocolate bar because it has nuts. You shouldn't assume things like that. I'm just being, like, fully serious here, even though I'm speaking in my stupid voice. Oh, you're right. Oh, I just, like, completely stopped talking about Paper Mario and started focusing on the game. Alright, oh, you know what? This is somewhat relevant. Overworld gameplay! So, I actually think that I wanted to, start with this topic of the overworld gameplay first. Because I think we all know what we want for, like, combat gameplay. But overworld gameplay is a much more interesting topic to me. Because people don't talk about it as much. But, I think the overworld gameplay in most recent Paper Mario games could really use some work, could really take a page or two from the older ones. But at the same time, I don't know, because there's one aspect of the overworld gameplay in this game that I think is kind of cool, and I'll talk about it in just a little bit, but I'm gonna wait until we actually get to, like, a different thing. So, for one, open world. I want partner abilities more prominently. Yeah. I don't know how, like, the world will be designed. I would hope it's like the first two games in Origami King, where it's just, like, more open and you kind of walk between areas. I really like the way Color Splash's diorama levels are built. I think they're cool, yeah. Color Splash has some really cool level design. Lots of jumping and bobbing and weaving. Yeah. I'd say for as limited as Color Splash's gameplay mechanics are, it does a good job with its world design to where the overworld gameplay can still feel somewhat engaging. Fishing minigame is a really divisive topic, but I think it'd be cool. Bro, just play Origami King. No, I mean, it's fine. If you want a fishing minigame, get your fishing minigame. But, fuck, what was I gonna say? Right, no, the thing I really wanted to talk about with the overworld gameplay is not necessarily how the world is designed. What I mean is how you traverse that world. So, regardless of how it's designed, there is definitely a shift in, like, every Paper Mario game and how you interact with that world. In the most recent Paper Mario game, Sticker Star, Color Splash, and Origami King, you have the following abilities. Jump, Hammer, game-specific ability. Yeah, that about sums it up. So, like, you can jump, and you never learn, like, another way to jump. You can hammer, and that's about it. You hammer. And then each game has, like, its own specific abilities. Like Sticker Star, you can paperize and place stickers everywhere. Color Splash, you have two different types of hammers. You have, like, the regular hammer, and you have the paint hammer that splashes paint and uses some of your paint. As well as Cutout, which is similar to paperize. And then you have Origami King. Origami King, you have confetti. You throw confetti. That's your thing. And your confetti bag increases. You can throw more confetti later in the game to fill more holes. And you smack toads with your hammer like in Color Splash, but it's a separate mechanic this time, as opposed to Color Splash, where it was part of the painting mechanic. And then there's the 1,000-fold arms, which is like activated at very specific points by pressing X. You can kind of move them around with like the joystick or the motion controls, whatever you have enabled. Now we talk about the first three games. So the first two Paper Mario games have all these abilities. Well, hold on. Let me try that again. The first two Paper Mario games have jumping and hammering, but on top of that, as you progress through the game, you get equipment upgrades. So you get Super Boots, Ultra Boots, Super Hammer, Ultra Hammer, and it's not 100% consistent, especially the hammers. They kind of don't really do this, but usually when you get these stronger boots and hammers, it means more damage in battle, but it also means a new move unlocked. So you'll gain the spin jump, which is a ground pound when you get the Super Boots. You'll gain like a higher jump of some kind. It's different between 64 and 1,000 Year Door, but you'll gain a higher jump when you get the Ultra Boots. And then in 1,000 Year Door, you'll also gain a hammer spin whenever you get the Super Hammer. And then that hammer spin becomes capable of breaking more stuff whenever you get the Ultra Hammer. And getting higher levels of boots and hammers also does mean being able to break more things in the overworld, on top of having these new moves. And then on top of that, you also have partners, which, to be fair, Origami King has... But older Paper Mario games have partners that all have unique abilities that can be helpful for traversing the overworld, and the overworld is usually designed around using these partner abilities. Crossing gaps with Parakarry or Yoshi, swimming across water with Sushi, hiding beneath the ground so that something will pass over you with Vivian. You get the idea. Usually there are only like a few partners that aren't really that useful in the overworld, like Goombella, you just kind of tattle with her to figure out where you need to go, or Miss Mouse, you can sniff out treasure with her. But you have like all these abilities, and then 1,000 Year Door takes it another step further by, for one, also expanding the hammer's abilities whenever you get hammer upgrades, but also by giving you these Black Chest Curse abilities. So now not only is Mario getting new abilities from equipment upgrades like in the first game, as well as having partners, but now he's also getting new abilities from meeting these Black Chests that curse him, that let him go sideways in like paper mode, or turn into a paper airplane, or go into like a rolled up burrito tube mode, or whatever else. By whatever else I mean a boat, so we can go across water, like as if he had sushi, I guess. Then in Super Paper Mario, you have like a completely different gameplay system that's entirely built around overworld gameplay and platforming and stuff like that. And so you have these pixels that pretty much function the way that partners functioned before, except for one of them, which is just your hammer, I guess, in Chapter 5. And then you have the heroes, which have their own abilities. It's a little bit of a step down from 1,000 Year Door, but it's unique enough in its own way that I don't really mind it, especially like some of the abilities you get. Yeah, the world was actually interactable in older Paper Mario games. And you had to use your abilities to traverse the world in creative ways, sometimes even going back to get things that you couldn't get before because you didn't have this partner ability or you didn't have this, I see. You know, you get the idea. I forgot to learn the fucking dance, dude. Back we go! Shit, what was I saying? Right. So you have to, like, traverse the world with all these abilities that you get, and it makes the overworld gameplay very interesting, and I like it a lot. But in the more recent games, you don't grow in any way. Like, you get your hammer at the beginning of the game. Like, you can't hammer initially, and then you get your hammer, and it's like, oh, now I can hammer. Oh, I got a confetti bag. Now I can throw confetti. Also in the beginning of the game. Beyond that, though, you don't gain any new, like, abilities to traverse the overworld, except for in the Origami King, where you can do that. But, like, that's about it. And not even all the partners have their own ability in this game. Only the Toads do, pretty much. You know? It's weird. I really, really hope that the next Paper Mario game has a more not a more traversable, but like a more fun to traverse world, I guess. Having more abilities, feeling like you're growing, being able to get things that you couldn't get before because you have new abilities now, you have grown stronger in some way, you have progressed in the story and in your abilities. I don't know. I really, really want overworld gameplay to be interesting. But at least in the recent games it's not, so I'm hoping Thousand Year Door Remake is a sign that they are willing to try that sort of thing again, because they are seriously, sorely missing complexity in these games. At least, like, Color Splash and to some extent Sticker Star do try to make overworld traversing a little bit interesting by having the overworld itself be these levels that you have to, like, puzzle your way through. And Color Splash does a pretty good job of it, I feel like. And story events, and the rescue squad and all that, that can lead to getting things that you couldn't get before. But that's not really you getting stronger, that's just like something happened and now this way is open when it wasn't open before, if that makes sense. Which is fine, it's just, it could be better. It could be better to have more of a feeling of, yeah, progression. A better feeling of, like, progression, progressiveness. Stuff like that. You get the idea. I'm really, really hoping that the overworld gameplay is more interesting. And on the topic of overworld gameplay, let's talk about something else. Faster movement. I'm gonna drink water first while they're dancing. Okay, so let's talk about faster movement, because that is something that has also been missing from the past 3 Paper Mario games, not counting Thousand Year Door's Remake or Paper Jam. The faster movement is when you have the ability to move faster. Go figure. I just said nonsense. I genuinely could not tell where I was going with that sentence. But, like, the first 3 Paper Mario games all have a way to move faster throughout the overworld, faster than your normal walking speed. Like this shit. Paper Mario, you have a spin. And for that game, the spin dash works well because you are literally just, you know, like, I don't know if that sound got captured by the mic, but you're literally just, like, spinning to go faster through the world. Now, my personal opinion, I don't actually care that much for the spin dash. I think it is a necessary component of the first Paper Mario game's gameplay because that world is spacious enough that you kind of need a spin dash to traverse it. Imagine trying to traverse that world without a spin dash. That would be mighty boring and slow, right? So, the Origami King... the Origami King has a big, open, spacious world, and there is no way to move faster through it. The Thousand Year Door has Yoshi Kid and to some extent 2 mode. Actually, hold on, go back to Paper Mario. You also have Lackluster. Lackluster moves a little bit faster than walking speed, not by a whole lot, and you can still spin dash. And you can upgrade that spin dash to go even faster, even farther. But Thousand Year Door no longer gives Mario a way to move faster on his own, except for Tube Mode, which is slightly faster, but you have a lot less control. Instead, it's one of your partners, Yoshi Kid. Yoshi Kid runs really fast. So that is how you get around Thousand Year Door's world faster, but Thousand Year Door's world doesn't have the spin dash because that game's world is designed to be much more compact, and so it's not really necessary. If anything, it could maybe even feel janky sometimes trying to traverse the world with a spin dash. So I think Yoshi Kid as your way of moving faster through Thousand Year Door works perfectly fine. Then you have Super Paper Mario, very platforming focused, so a spin dash wouldn't really work well there, at least with the way platformers were developed back then. Nowadays, you know, if they do something similar to that fan concept that came out in April Fool's, Super Paper Mario, The Void Archives, where it's sort of like a mid-air dive kind of thing, or like it's just like a momentum boost in the air for platforming, that could be really cool. Mario is not usually designed that way. It's not going to happen. But Super Paper Mario didn't really need a spin dash, even though it almost ended up with one. Instead, what happened was you had a pixel named Carrie that would carry you over spikes and things like that. And she was a little bit faster. Then, if you did the Pit of 100 Trials, you would get Dashel, and you would literally be able to run just twice as fast as your normal walking speed, and otherwise gameplay is the exact same. So, good deal there. I think that's pretty good. It's nice having a run button. But then the 3 games after that, you don't have any way to move around faster. And it's somewhat forgivable in Sticker Star and Color Splash because those worlds are designed to be compact like Thousand Year Doors and even in levels. So you don't have to like walk to a pipe that will take you somewhere. You can just exit the level and go to another level on the other side of the world. But Origami King doesn't have that. Origami King has big, spacious worlds and pipes to traverse quickly, and you don't have like a quick warp or anything like that, and you don't have any way to move faster unless you drink the rabbit tea, which lasts like 5 seconds and is only in Toad Town at a specific stall, and you cannot purchase it as an item, so you just can't have it. It is not an effective way to move around faster. It just kind of feels like getting around the world takes forever in this game. Unless you want to count the boot car type B, which I've been using to get around the desert. Except, it's also still been taking a minute whenever I've had to go back because I forgot something. So, like, boot car type B isn't that great either. I really, really hope that the next Paper Mario game has some way to move faster again. Whether it is an ability of Mario's or a partner or something else. Something that is global. Something that you get early on in the game and just lets you move faster regardless of how the world is designed. That's what I want. I want faster movement again. Yeah, the rabbit tea is hard-coded to work only in Toad Town, which is really extra fucking stupid. In Origami King, there's a super fast mode for the ship, and the boot car type B, and those are locked to specific areas, yeah. I don't know, man. Overworld gameplay. I want it to be more interesting. I really do. Origami King probably has like the weakest overworld gameplay in my opinion. Just because of how the world is designed and the fact that it is still like Sticker Star and Color Splash. Let me focus on this for a second, then we'll move on to the next topic. I've already forgotten the beginning. I had a brain! I remembered the pattern for once, on the first try! Goodbye. You wanna play Tales of Symphonia? I probably should get around to playing it too. What about the thing system? We will get to that when we get to the combat. Alright, next up, you've got unique chapter gimmicks. Oh, by the way, to go back on the things, I do know that they play a role in overworld gameplay also, but I feel like it will be better to mention them once we're talking about the combat, because I can say a lot more about them then, so that's why I'm holding off on those. Okay, actually, hold on. This one's kind of related to what's happening on screen right now. Do we think there are going to be, like, unique chapter gimmicks in the next Paper Mario game? Hopefully, right? Like, when I say unique chapter gimmicks, I mean, like, kind of just anything. What about music? We talked about music already. Like, for example, Chapter 4 of this game, if we're calling them chapters, has you sailing around the Great Sea in, like, a steamboat sort of thing, and that's kind of different. I think that's kind of cool. Chapter 3 of Thousand Year Door has you doing a fighting tournament most of the time. That sort of thing. Do we think there are going to be unique chapter gimmicks in the next Paper Mario game? Probably, right? Who knows what, though. And that's about all there really is that can be said about that. So, moving on. The cooking system. I want a cooking system, but, like, not 96 recipes. Okay, moving on from that one. No. Okay, not going to move on from that. So, this is going to kind of tie into the next topic. We're going to finally talk about combat, guys. We're going to finally talk about combat in just a moment. But the cooking system in the first 3 Paper Mario games has you giving an item to a cook, or maybe 2 items sometimes, and she makes something. And I say she because they are all women. But, are you going to stop firing? Thank you. I'm kind of wondering, like, how necessary something like a cooking system would be, because, it is fun, and I do think if they can come up with, like, creative recipes and things like that, it would be really cool. But at the same time, I feel like the cooking system is kind of pointless. This is my opinion. Mario just got his hat burned off. I genuinely do not find myself engaging with the cooking system that much whenever I play through any of the first 3 Paper Mario games. At most, I engage with it in, like, Thousand Year Door, but I really don't engage with it that much personally. If you do, more power to you, but I think as far as completion is concerned, I find the cooking system a bit tedious, because, a lot of the recipes you're not going to naturally make. You're going to, like, look them up, or you're going to experiment or something, but the point is, you're not going to just, like, decide, yes, I want to try to make this today. Let's see if a fire flower combines with... Hold on. A walnut mushroom. Let's see if a fire flower combines with a walnut mushroom. And I know that's not really... It's life shrooms in the first 3 Paper Mario games, not walnut mushrooms, but... You get the point I'm trying to make. Like, you're not really going to do that a whole lot unless it's your first time playing the game. And if you're a completionist especially, you have to sit there and, like, know the way that recipes, like, chain together. Or else you are going to be just sitting there getting individual ingredients and grinding out individual recipes, like, the entire time. And, part of my problem is, in Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario, I feel like there are just too many recipes. Partly because there are also a lot of items as well outside of the recipes, but there are so many recipes in those games, and most of the recipes in Super Paper Mario especially, most of the 96 recipes in Super Paper Mario recover 15 HP and cure status ailments. And that's because that game is built the way that it is, so like 96 recipes and less robust combat is actually like not a good combination. And so all the items are kind of samey. But Thousand Year Door and even the first Paper Mario game weren't that much better as far as the recipes are concerned. There are a lot of recipes that just have like the same effect, or an effect that's frankly not really that good or useful. Like, be genuine right now. How many circumstances are there where you would make a jelly shroom? That's a jam and jelly restoring 50 FP with a regular mushroom that restores 5 HP. Why would you ever make that? It's pointless, right? Like, it exists just to, like, fill out the possibilities of things that you can make. And I kind of just feel that way about a lot of the recipes, because even if they do have some potentially cool effects, they're not really that useful. And it's kind of the same deal also with badges that are just like status effect badges. Like, oh, head rattle. That's gonna hammer the enemy and do confusion, potentially. Or we're gonna burn the enemy, or we're gonna dizzy the enemy, or we're gonna freeze the enemy, or something. When it's all like, for one, you have to know that the enemy has a chance of having that status effect hit it, which most of the time they do. But why would you waste your time with a recipe that can do that sort of thing unless you were doing like specifically some kind of challenge run where that would actually be useful, when instead you can stock up on attack power and just destroy the enemy. The ultimate Paper Mario strategy, just being strong. Really fucking strong. You know? I just feel like the recipes aren't really that interesting. I want more unique items from items being unique, not just because you can cook them, you know? That's kind of my takeaway. Or my take on it. Cooking system is like the alchemist pots in other RPGs. Those games have even more, and I definitely don't feel motivated to get 100% for an achievement. Dark Star Edition has special effects for the cooked items, like boosting attack or defense or reducing FP costs for a few turns. See, that's a good one. The idea of, like, reducing FP costs or something like that. Something that is genuinely useful. Assuming you don't also just have Flower Saber, like, put on. But, you know, like, even still, combining that, like, that would be a genuinely useful effect in Paper Mario. But they don't really do that. You know? They're flipped over, they can't move. Yeah, cooking really does depend on if you're, like, super into using items or not. Personally, I don't really use them that much, aside from the ones that are genuinely really useful, like boo sheets. But I don't know. Hope collectible treasure type collectibles never return again. Yeah, and while we're at it, no cards either. No, I'm kidding. I think, like, the cards and the collectible treasures are a cool idea, but they really take away from the wonder of finding badges or cool items in the overworld. When instead it's like, oh, cool, I got a treasure statue for grass. I got a card for a Goomba. This is in place of the tattle system. Or, I'm sorry, maybe it's more accurate to say this is in place of the tattle log. Since tattling with Tippy doesn't add anything to a tattle log. Weird how only bosses have defense in Origami King. That is a little weird. You use cooking casually, but only like less than 10% of recipes. Exactly! Exactly. It's just a, like, it's not useful in Paper Mario. I would love to see it come back, but only if they can actually do something interesting with it. You know? Have you ever completed the cards in Super Paper Mario? Oh yeah, I've done all that. I 100%ed every Paper Mario game. To a very full extent. Raise your hand right now if you ever got unironically excited by finding a reused map object as a collectible treasure. I got a little excited when they made a weed reference. Sorry, it's not weed, it's cabbage. Mmm. Just make Jelly Ultras and Zest Dynamite. Exactly. Like, I don't know, man. But anyway, now that we're about to go into a boss fight, let's go ahead and talk about the battle system. This is like the biggest point of contention when it comes to Paper Mario, the battle system, because it is different in every game, aside from 2 of them, which insist on the previous game. And one of them does a better job, depending on who you ask, and the other also does a better job, depending on who you ask, I guess. But no, for the most part, Paper Mario always likes to shake up its combat. And so what I'm really interested in is what they're going to do for this next game. Because I could just as easily see them coming up with a new combat system again as I could see them actually trying to, like, make something that's similar to the first two Paper Mario games following the Thousand Year Door remake. I genuinely think there is a chance that they could do something either way that could be entertaining. But it really depends on what their focus is, because Color Splash and the Origami King, I talked about this in the previous stream, I think, but Color Splash and Origami King have these huge focuses on solving puzzles for gameplay. For example, needing specific things. Things are an interesting concept in the overworld, I guess. Sort of. It feels like it still kind of just gets in the way of having puzzles based around your own abilities, but I think as far as overworld puzzles are concerned, things are somewhat of an interesting concept. But my problem comes in when they're one-time use, so if you don't solve the puzzle with the right thing, or the right card, or the right sticker, or whatever else, it feels really weird. And then that gets worsened a lot in Color Splash, and to some extent Sticker Star also, because Sticker Star and Color Splash love to have these things that you have to use to beat certain bosses when they get into like certain heightened strength states. When they're like powering up or whatever, you want to use this thing to counter their power up. And it's a cool idea, but the execution is horrible because Sticker Star gives you no hint whatsoever that you're actually going to need this specific thing. And Color Splash does, but Color Splash absolutely requires it, where Sticker Star you could at least get away with not using things if you were good enough at the game or prepared enough with your stickers. Color Splash, you have to have the thing. If you don't have it, game over. Origami King, they have this entire like ring puzzle system for every battle, and I don't find it engaging anymore. When the game first came out, I thought it was a really cool idea, and I did like Origami King's combat to some extent. But the more I play this game, the more dull I find this combat system to be, because of the fact that, like, it's just puzzles. You're just solving puzzles, and they aren't different each time you play the game. They are the exact same puzzles. Like, the same enemies in the overworld will have the same ring arrangements, if that makes sense. The same ring arrangements will exist for all the bosses. You get the idea. So once you know the solutions to the puzzles, GG, you've solved like 70% of this game's combat. There's no strategizing. You solve the puzzle, and you just, like, you do the thing. That's it. You use the Water Elemental when the Fire Elemental is, like, about to recall all of its feathers or something. You sit here, and instead of actually engaging with the combat, you continue to just have Mario trip over hearts because it progresses the battle faster than actually trying to fight the boss. Then you have Paper Mario and Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door. Wonderfully complex gameplay systems. But you know what they're broken by? Their complexities. Because you can just fucking power up your ass. Keep equipping those power rushes, those mega rushes. Keep charging, and then do a power bounce. Because the way those games are balanced is you will fucking... Oh, no, that is not the right button. The way those games are balanced is generally pretty good, unless you know that you can literally just power up and beat every boss. But I do genuinely love that combat system a lot more anyway, and it's why Thousand Year Door is my favorite game. If they do that sort of combat system again, I really want them to do some sort of nerfing of being able to power up. That's kind of the big issue. You know? I don't mind my Paper Mario game having gimmicks in its combat. Thousand Year Door's entire gimmick is like stage gameplay. But Thousand Year Door's gimmick doesn't impede on the gameplay, and that is where it is different from Sticker Star and Color Splash and the Origami King. But you know what's super different? Super Paper Mario. And I don't think they're ever going to revisit that combat system again, because that is real-time combat, and oh! Origami King, they revisit it again. But in a different way. And this was the thing that I was alluding to earlier with the overworld combat. Something that I think could potentially be interesting is having overworld combat again for like really big bosses, similar to the Paper Macho bosses in Origami King, as long as the overworld gameplay is more fleshed out. I think the Paper Macho bosses are the best bosses in Origami King. Aside from, like, Scissors, maybe. I don't know. Who knows what they do with the combat? But what really matters to me is that the combat is good. So, actually, everything I just said matters. But also, what really matters to me... Can I level up again? Can I get stronger? I want to get stronger. I want to, like, fight enemies and get more than just coins to buy weapons. I want to get stronger. Oh my god. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I went into this stream with the mindset that I was going to talk, like, very passionately, but also pretty fairly into, like, the strengths of each Paper Mario game for, like, all these things that I'm talking about. But I'm still just, like, showing that I have a massive bias for the older games. I am sorry. But for what it's worth, I do think that Super Paper Mario had interesting ideas. I think Origami King had interesting ideas. I think all of them kind of had interesting ideas. It's just the execution falls flat, like paper. Get it? Paper. Laugh track. Noel will get stronger. Noel will get stronger. Color Splash had a level up system. You beat enemies and they drop hammer scraps. And you can level up how much paint you can hold. I think that's good. I like that more than just being given a confetti bag at the end of a chapter. But that's another thing. So, your stats in Paper Mario games, they would increase very naturally in the first three because of the level up system, and because of things like HP pluses or power pluses, whether that's a badge or an item or whatever else. Whatever, like, you equip, that can also increase your stats. Maybe you can increase your defense a little bit. But I think the way that Sticker Star and the Origami King handled some of the stats is a little interesting. I actually do not mind the Zelda style increasing HP by finding HP up parts. I don't think it's better than the level up system, but I think it's interesting. To some extent, I like it, because it makes me think of Zelda, and I like Zelda. But, the problem is that's, like, the only stat that kind of works that way, and that is also coming at the expense of, like, finding unique badges and stuff like that. Like, you can tell with these games, not having things like badges, they were kind of struggling with incentives to explore the world. Like, you don't find these badges that will increase your power or give you new moves in battle or whatever. Instead, you'll find stickers or weapons, which do give you new moves in battle, not permanently, but it's something. And you'll find HP up hearts or max up hearts that increase your HP and make you just a little bit stronger. They increase your power in, like, little increments too. It's different in each game. But that's about it. Like, there's not really anything else to find in Sticker Star. Color Splash doesn't even have that. There's a reason I didn't mention that game. Color Splash gives you HP up hearts that increase your max HP by 25 at the end of every chapter. So no matter what, you will always end the game with 200 HP as your maximum. Because it gives you the HP upgrades for progressing the story. I don't like that. I actually really don't like that. I'm gonna be honest. Origami King tries a little bit again with what Sticker Star was doing with the max up hearts, but it gives them, like, a little more variance. So some increase your max HP by 50. No, not 50. Sorry. Some increase your max HP by 20. Some increase by 10. Some increase by 5. And every 20 max HP you go up, you gain 1 extra attack power. I think that's a little interesting. Problem is, they are very few and far between because this game has a massive world. So that can make finding them feel a little more special. And in their place is the collectible treasures that don't do anything for you, like, at all. I don't know. I like the idea of, like, a Zelda-style finding HP upgrades in the world, but I think a level-up system just generally works better. And it's kind of ironic that despite not being able to find hearts in the world in Color Splash. Color Splash is still the only one of the three that has like any sort of level up system beyond the fishing minigame in Origami King. If you want to count that, I guess. Because for Color Splash, you know, you've got the paint hammer upgrades whenever you battle enemies enough. So that's sort of a level up system. You sort of increase a stat that way. Except Color Splash loves hiding numbers from you all the time, so kind of difficult to judge a little bit how much of what you have, aside from just like it telling you you have a max paint capacity of 260 now or something. I don't know, is 1 pixel like 2 paint at this point? I don't fucking know. You returned, what did you miss? Me babbling about the combat system. So I don't know. I hope the next Paper Mario game, whether they come up with something new or they try to redo an old combat system, preferably the one from the first 2 games if they do. I just hope that there's room for strategy. I hope that there's room for growth through things like leveling up, and I hope that fuck, what was my third point? Shit, I lost it. Imagine finding HP, FP, and BP in the overworld. That'd be a little crazy. Actually, hold on. You do find FP in the overworld in Super Mario RPG. That is a thing in that game. That game, the level up system, you have a choice between HP, power and defense, or magic power, magic defense. And I think something like that could work fine for Paper Mario also. Like if it's like HP, FP, and power or some shit like that. I don't know. But I really want the combat to also be sort of influenced by badges, because I like the badge system a lot, having all these different effects that can happen just based on what you have equipped. I think a lot of people like the badge system. I don't mind the weapon system in Origami King, but I think it's kind of stupid. Oh, look at this. I have all these weapons that, like, break after 10 uses. Cool, I guess. Cool, I can just go buy more of the strongest weapon and just keep using those, so there's no, like, FP cost or anything that stops me. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. And then there's the accessories in Origami King, which is like, okay, well, you tried a little bit with badges, but you still didn't really care enough to make it to where I couldn't just, like, equip the strongest heart plus, the strongest guard plus, you know, whatever else. Whatever they're called. I think the badge system was way better, personally. And it gave a lot more incentive to exploring the overworld, but I feel like I also talked a lot about the badge system, so there's not really a whole lot more for me to say. Combat being limited to essentially items is terrible. Old Paper Mario had you pick strategies you like based on equipment. Oh yeah, hold on, wait a minute. That just reminded me of another thing. Okay, so old Paper Mario games, the combat was like a lot more robust and complex because they had all these tiny little features that influence how things work. You get the idea. I don't need to sit here and fucking explain to you that Thousand Year Door has like a 5-stage combat system. Like, there are like 5 stages to a turn or something. Just go fucking read T280 Battle Bits by JD Ace or whatever. But like older Paper Mario games, like Paper Mario and Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, you had moves from Mario. You had partner moves. They had their own moves, and they would get more moves if you upgraded them through Super Blocks or through Merlin's Shine Sprite service, whatever. Then you had more moves that would unlock whenever you would get equipment upgrades. Granted, Paper Mario kind of just changed your base moves instead of unlocking new ones, but you would get equipment upgrades in the overworld, and those would unlock new moves. You have badges that you could equip that would unlock new moves, and then, on top of all that, you had items that would sort of be like, you know, attack items sometimes, which, to be fair, these games still have that too. And then, you also had special moves. That's another thing. Whenever you would progress through the story, you would unlock one new special move. Just one, and it would have a different effect. They all had vastly different effects from each other. You know, the Star Spirits, the fucking Crystal Stars, those kinds of special moves. You had those, and then you also had the ability to appeal and swap out your partners and defend and run away. And the running away wasn't luck-based. These games, you have a partner who attacks on their own, you have basic jump and hammer moves, and then you have weapons that will give you more moves in battle. And then you have, like, things in Sticker Star and Color Splash. That's kind of like special moves, except you can just have a bunch of them. You can use them whenever you want. And a lot of them just do a lot of damage anyway. They don't really do anything special. And then you have, in Origami King, you've got, like, panels you can go on for 1,000-fold arms, or the Elementals, whenever the game decides that you can do that. I think I've made my point. Badges being so diverse that making BP is the best strat, or the best stat. Or that they make BP the best stat. I see. Yeah, no, I fully agree with that. The best defense for Origami King's combat I've ever seen is, yeah, I just grind for enough money to buy nothing but flashy iron boots and just use those the whole time. Exactly, it's stupid. Like, Origami King especially is really bad with the combat variety as well, because not only are you incentivized to just buy a bunch of the strongest weapon and have, like, your strongest accessories on, unless you're trying to do a no accessories run. But on top of that, it's like, every attack in this game kind of feels the same. Wow, okay, I'm nowhere close to being done talking about the combat, dude. Every attack in this game kind of feels the same to some extent. Like, all of the jump attacks are A. You jump on a 1x4 line. All of the hammer attacks, you wait to time a single A press. That will hit a 2x2 row of enemies, except for the hurl hammer, which hits 1x4. There are no other types of attacks in the game, aside from attack items. So, Fire Flower, that's something. Ice Flower, that's something. Tail, that's something. Oh, wait a minute. The Fire Flower, you just press A 4 times again, and it targets a 1x4. The Tail, you press A once at a good timing. It targets a 2x2. Pow Block targets the entire arena. You press A once. 1,000-fold arms. Whenever the game says you can do that, you press X to activate it, and then, depending on if you've got motion controls or gyro controls on, you'll either, like, shake your Joy-Cons around, that's kind of fun, I guess, or you'll press the A button a bunch, or you'll use the joystick occasionally. The Elementals act on their own entirely. They're kind of like Paper Mario special moves. Fucking, like, Color Splash and Sticker Star things also act on their own. All of the action commands and every game, pretty much, is just, like, timed A button presses, where at least in older games you had variety with having to hold a joystick or flick a joystick around or press this sequence of buttons that's randomized or whatever else, or mash or hold or let go. You get the idea. My throat is dry. I've been complaining about Paper Mario a lot. I really, really hope the next Paper Mario game has really diverse combat. That is something that really matters to me. I really, really want really diverse combat in the next Paper Mario game. Origami King, you get an increase in your confetti bag when you complete a chapter. So you can throw more confetti, which has nothing to do with battle, by the way. And that's it. Yeah, Sticker Star and Color Splash have more attack variety than Origami King. Origami King has, like, the least variety in the battle system in the entire series. It really blows, dude. I really, really liked this game when it first came out, but the more I've played it, the more I've started to dislike it. And that really upsets me. Is there any good strategy to use the Shiny Tail at any point in the game? If you happen to run out of flashy hammers, I guess. Elementals having no action commands is boring. I agree. I don't necessarily mind it. But I do wish it was quicker, at least, if they were going to not have action commands, instead of giving this, like, big shot of, like, ooh, Olivia's a big monster now. Ho, ho. Ooh, and then she does the thing, you know? Like, if there was, like, a speed up button, that would be nice. I don't really mind them not having action commands, because it just makes me think of, like, the Star Spirits, but still, it's a little lame. Imagine if confetti could be used for crafting, like shell shards in Silk Song. That would be cool. At least, like, being able to craft your own weapons or something. Hey, where's that at? You know, this game's got so much influence from Breath of the Wild. No, why do I keep pressing that button, dude? Wait, I don't have the thing yet. Why didn't I get the thing? Oops. But anyway, I think that might be all I have to say on the combat for now. Let's see here. I talked about battle system, I talked about action commands, talked about the special moves, experience and leveling, HP upgrades, equipment, attack increases, status effects. Okay, we're not done with the combat yet. We got a few more things. So for one, let's talk about something stupid. Let's talk about something really stupid now. How many bounces? This is just like a fun little predictive thing. How many bounces will the regular jump attack have in the next Paper Mario game? Assuming it's not just like real-time combat like Super Paper Mario. Paper Mario and Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, you get 2 bounces with the regular jump attack. Sticker Star and Color Splash, you get 5. Origami King, you get 4, and it's 1 bounce on each enemy. How many bounces are we expecting? Do we think it's going to go back to the double bounce? Because Mario and Luigi does that also? Or are we going to go back to like 5 bounces per jump? Just a fun little prediction for everyone. I'm kind of thinking it's probably going to be... okay, that was weird. I'm thinking it's probably going to be like 2 bounces or something. Oh, it could be 3. That would be interesting. Sure. I'm hoping just 2. Crazy thing is that all the things you'd want is something that was already in the series 20 years ago. Exactly. And then I didn't do the tower. Probably 2. Everyone's kind of saying 2 or 3. No 10 bounce truthers in the chat? No Paper Jam 6 bounce, 8 bounce, 10 bounce? No Paper Jam defenders? Ooh, the 10 bounce Paper Mario jump. What about Toads? I don't know. What about Toads? We've got Paper Jam, Color Splash, and Origami King all make rescuing Toads to be like a central gameplay mechanic. 6, 7. But, they all make rescuing Toads to be like this central gameplay mechanic, even though it doesn't really contribute that much to the game. Except for when it kinda does in Color Splash. Toads that can help you in battle that you collect. It would be cool if they did that, but like Origami King, you have to specifically call on them to help you, and I find myself not really doing that. So I don't know. I really, really don't want Toad collection to be a focus again, because I feel like whenever you are having to rescue Toads in Paper Mario games, that gives them an excuse to just have a shit ton of generic Toads. Just everywhere. And here's the weird thing. I find this especially weird. It's only ever Toads. Like, Koopas don't really need help. When they do need help, it's just like a little gimmick, not really like a central gameplay mechanic to the game. It's not related to the Toads needing help. Koopas are fine. Goombas are fine. Who cares what happens to the Goombas and Koopas? Everybody laughed because the main villain decided to throw the Goombas into the fortune tellers that ate them alive. They were just about to go on vacation. It's funny. We don't have to care about them the way we have to care about Toads. Sounds about right, right? That's how modern Paper Mario comes off to me. Oh my god, I keep pressing the X button. No matter what button I want to press, I keep pressing X. Shoutouts to Refolded. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really want Toad collection to be a central mechanic in another Paper Mario game, because it just gives them another excuse to have a bunch of generic Toads that need to be rescued, and it's only going to be Toads. It is not going to be anyone else. Sorry if that sounds cynical. I just, like, I don't really think it's a good mechanic, personally. Yeah, the Toads are just straight up slaves in Paper Jam. Digging up coins from the dirt in a cold hammer. But, anyway. Toads in battle are like an assist mode. In Origami King, yeah, they are. It's like they heard we want audience members back, And then they said, okay, you can have audience members, but like as a thing that you specifically need to interact with. And not just like as a thing that will sometimes get in your way. As an actual gameplay mechanic. Nope, just assist. Do a little damage to the enemies. Give Mario a little heal. Solve the puzzle for him. Disengage with the game's core gameplay mechanic. Smile. Oh my god, it just doesn't work at all, dude. It doesn't work. Hey, asshole. Get out of the road. Yeah, the toads are pretty much just objects when they need to be rescued like that. Tried doing a challenge and trying to not collect toads, but then I realized I don't like Origami King, and I know some toads are just going to be collected anyway, so I didn't go that far in the run. That's fair, honestly. Oh, I forgot to mention this. So, going back on the topic of jump bounces. You know what I've been thinking about that is just mysteriously gone? Infinite jump. Infinite jump moves. And I don't think they're ever coming back. And this is something that I'm going to like talk about with Mario RPGs as a whole. I think Nintendo has kind of realized that infinite jump attacks are a little bit broken in their Mario RPGs. Because they, or not, maybe not like infinite jump attacks, but like just infinite attacks in general are a little bit broken in their Mario RPGs because they've done everything in their power to make players not want them or to just not even have them in games anymore. Think about it. We're going to sit here and talk for a second again. So, Super Mario RPG, you've got the super jump and the ultra jump. They go on for like 100 bounces, I think, as long as you're good enough to keep the timing going. That's a shit ton of damage, especially if you're powered up. Paper Mario, you've got Power Bounce and Multi-Bonk, both of which go on for, what, like 999 bounces, I think? Unless you get capped on a boss. Bosses will do that. They will cap you so that you can't just keep bouncing until the boss is dead. That's a good mechanic. Could probably use a little work, but that's a good mechanic. Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. You've got Advanced Chopper Bros and Advanced Knockback Bros. Both of those can go on infinitely as long as you can keep the timing going, but they do get progressively weaker with each like action, I guess, and they get weak really quick. Then you've got Thousand Year Door, which has Power Bounce and Multi-Bonk again. Same deal there. Then you've got Partners in Time. 4 of the 10 Bros items in that game have the ability to go on infinitely. The Red Shell, the Pocket Chomp, the Trampoline, and the Copy Flower. To some extent, the Mixed Flower does also, but the Mixed Flower is a single hit, so at most it can only do 999 damage, which is still a lot, but that's the most it can do, and you also have to purposefully end the attack to do the damage. So, 101 bounces. Oh, I see. My bad. Then you have fucking Super Paper Mario, that's real-time combat. Then you have Bowser's Inside Story, Magic Window, Infinite. Also a very fun attack. I find Magic Window to be one of the most fun attacks in the Mario & Luigi series, but it's infinite. Then you have Sticker Star. You've got the Infinite Jump, which is like Power Bounce. It does 100 bounces. Not to say Power Bounce, it's 100 bounces, but like the Infinite Jump does 100 bounces at 1 damage, or 2 damage if you get the big shiny Infinite Jump, or 3 damage per bounce if you get the Mega Flash Infinite Jump, except none of that matters because the bosses in that game have a damage division based defense, so even the Mega Flash Infinite Jump will still do 1 damage to them with each bounce, so what the fuck is the point? Unless maybe like boosting your attack power with the boombox does something there, but you know, still not great regardless. But, you know, there's Infinite Jump and Sticker Star, and it's actually like the easiest iteration out of all of them because it does not get harder with each bounce. You can literally press A like at the peak of your jump and it still counts on the 99th bounce. So, don't know what that's all about. And then you have every other game after that. Dream Team has no Infinite Bros attacks. Paper Jam, no Infinite Bros attacks. Paper Mario Color Splash, Infinite Jump is gone. And there is no, like, other infinite jumping attack. Then you have, after that, the Superstar Saga Remake, which made sure that Super Chopper Bros and Super Knockback Bros are no longer infinite. Now they end when you get an Excellent. Then Bowser's Inside Stories Remake did the same thing to Magic Window. It now has, like, a specific finishing segment, and you get the Excellent, and that's the end of the attack. Then there's Paper Mario the Origami King. I think you can, like, everyone knows. We all know there's no infinite jumping in this game. No infinite attacks. And then there's... What came after that? Super Mario RPG's Remake. Hey, there we go. Super Jump and Ultra Jump haven't been nerfed. They actually... well, hold on. No, I think they have been... No, wait. How does it... They've been buffed? They're, like, easier to pull off now? Yeah, I think that's the... thing. I think they have like a bigger window in the Super Mario RPG Remake or something, so they're even easier to pull off now, I think. I could be wrong about that. It could just be the same between both. Take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But, yeah, there you go. That didn't get nerfed any. Then Thousand Year Door does try to nerf Power Bounce and Multi-Bonk artificially. Doesn't really do anything to change how the attacks work, or like the capping system or anything. Excuse me, sorry about that. It's just that the fourth bounce, assuming you don't have simplifiers or unsimplifiers on, which will shift it around, but the fourth bounce has a 1-frame window that is read at 60 frames per second, because that's how the action commands are read. They're read at like 60 hertz or whatever. So 1 frame in that game is like less than a frame of the visuals. Kinda. Something like that. So it's like an artificial nerf to just dissuade players from using Power Bounce or Multi-Bonk by making them think that, like, oh, they made the attack way harder. Or the attack is just generally hard. I don't know. That's a little weird. And then Brothership has no infinite attacks. So I feel like whatever like next Paper Mario game they come up with, I think it's not going to have any infinite attacks. I think they are done with those. I think they're never coming back. We're never getting like an infinite bouncing attack again. Sadness. Crying. Also, what am I doing here? This is not where I need to be. I really cannot autopilot whenever I get too into whatever I'm talking about. I don't know why I'm here. Oh wait, hold on. I want the bench. That's what it was. I want to heal. My Switch 1 battery's broken too. Hey, welcome to the Broken Switch 1 Battery Club. I can play it on the dock. Not in handheld. The number literally like jumps all around. It's really weird. And I have tried draining it and everything, and that fixed it like very temporarily, and then it just developed that problem again like immediately later. Rip jumps times 100. Yeah. I think benches should be able to do more than just healing. Like what? I kind of just see the benches as this game's version of recovery blocks, honestly. What am I doing? Where's my... I'm just sitting here walking this way now. Refolded fixes most of my issues with Origami King. The scattered backstory is something I hadn't considered. To be fair, I don't think they considered it either, so you're good. I don't think Intelligent Systems considered it. Like the remake hammer? What do you mean the remake hammer? Oh, the Eek hammer. Okay. Eek hammer was fun. I think Eek hammer is one of the more fun attacks in Sticker Star and Color Splash. I want a hammer that I can just, like, use to wham on enemies. It's kind of funny. It's not very strong, but it's funny. In Silksong, you sit on a bench and automatically craft tools if you have enough shards. Oh, I see. Alright, what other stupid shit? We're kind of running out of topics. I think we're going to be, like, entering the Temple of Shrooms, and we're going to have maybe, like, 2 topics left to talk about. So, How about the guarding system? Still on combat, and this will probably be like the last strictly combat-related topic. How do we feel about guarding? Paper Mario and Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door have you guarding at like a relatively small window. It's like 3 frames at 30 frames per second in Paper Mario, assuming you don't have Dodge Master equipped. And assuming no simplifiers or unsimplifiers, it's an 8-frame window in Thousand Year Door, the original game, and a 3-frame window for super guarding. And the remake kind of tries to hold up to that a little bit. But the way the remake goes about it is also very modern Paper Mario inspired. So with the original games, what you kind of had was this gameplay system where whenever an enemy would attack you, there would be a specific point where it does damage. At the point, excuse me, at the point where it does damage, it will check for your inputs over the past few frames. So if you have input A, like the guard button or whatever, more than once within that time period, it will say that you didn't get it. So that discourages mashing. Thousand Year Door will also check like A and B specifically. And then basically it will check that over like a 14 frame window, I think, in Thousand Year Door. It's like 14 or 16 frames, something like that. And then within like the window for guarding, it will check to see if you input the button once, if you didn't input it prior to that window, within the window that it checks. That is how guarding worked. So it could look a little weird. You could feel like, but I did press the button, and then Mario didn't actually try to guard at all. Sticker Star changed it. Sticker Star, now, the moment you press the A button, Mario holds up his guard to protect himself. And it's been that way ever since then. So Color Splash, he will hold up his guard. And I think it's for like a full second or something like that in those games. Same for Origami King, I think. It might be a little shorter in Origami King, I'm not sure. And then Thousand Year Door's remake tries to... Okay, wait, hold on. I genuinely don't remember. Where is this gem at? Thousand Year Door's remake tries to change it a little bit to be like a mix of the original game and the remake. So you have a tighter guard window and you have the tight super guard window, and you can't do both at the same time, and you can't really spam them, but you will still see Mario striking that guard pose or that super guard pose for like that small window of time, so that if it connects during that, then it will count as a guard or a super guard. What I'm wondering, I'm pretty confident that with the modern Paper Mario games guarding system, that is something that is here to stay. I don't think they're ever going to go back to like just the fucking reading past inputs thing that older games did. I think they are going to keep it so that if Mario gets hit while he's holding the guard, that will be a guard. But what I'm wondering is, for one, how will guard damage be calculated? Because in the first 2 Paper Mario games, guarding just reduces the damage you take by 1, or maybe more if you have damage dodge or things like that equipped. In Sticker Star Onward, though, guarding cuts the damage that you take in half, because those games deal with slightly bigger numbers. So if you would have taken 10 damage, you'll now take 5. Something like that. So I'm wondering if the next Paper Mario game is going to have smaller numbers and guarding reduces damage by 1 again, or if it's going to be like cutting damage in half, like in the modern games. Even more so, what I'm wondering though is like, if they do either one of those, will super guarding exist again? Is that going to be a gameplay mechanic? Are we ever going to get that outside of Thousand Year Door? Or is it just like, no, this kind of breaks the game a little too much, we're not really going to do it again? See, by the way, I haven't really been paying attention to the chat a whole lot. Sorry, I'm just kind of babbling at this point, but... Oh. Alright, sorry about that. I doubt Super Guard will return, which is a shame. I honestly think there's a decent chance that it could, but what I genuinely don't know about is, I'm kind of wondering, like, how it would work. if it's brought back. Because here's the thing. Part of why super guards work is because it's this really tight timing, and you have to make the choice to go for it. It's like this... It's like this really tight timing, and you have to make the choice to go for it. And the thing that I'm worried about is, like, if they ever bring super guarding back, even though it is far more rewarding, I feel like they're going to make it easier, and so it's going to feel like that is just the thing that you need to do, you know? Like, why would you ever waste your time guarding? At least in Thousand Year Door, super guarding, you have to choose to do it, because it is a good bit stricter than, like, regular guarding, you know? One of my friends said super guarding makes Thousand Year Door too easy, but, like, you control the buttons you press, you can ban super guarding from your own playthroughs. True. Wait, am I... Wait, I'm missing one. Hold on. Did I not actually put the gem in the tower? Did I just fail autopilot again? But yeah, no, I think it's a great risk-reward system, and it's something that I kind of am going to see myself talking about again later whenever I play a specific mod. But if super guarding ever comes back, something that I'm genuinely a little bit afraid of is the idea that it will be integrated as part of the guarding. Think like Super Mario RPG. Super Mario RPG, all of your action commands, whether you're playing the original or the remake, all of your action commands kind of have like 2 different timings. So there's a loose timing where your attacks will do a little more damage, or you will guard half of the damage that would be done to you. And then there's a tight timing, a perfect timing, where you will do a lot more damage with your attacks, or you will guard all of the damage that you would have taken. So it is like a perfect guard. When an enemy does like a fatal move against you, if you get the loose guard, you will be put at 1 HP. If you get the perfect guard, you will not take any damage at all. And otherwise, you will just be knocked out. So I think that, like, that sort of system is fine for games that are designed around it. I don't know if I would want it in Paper Mario, because to me, I feel like it's good to have super guarding as a separate thing entirely. So you have to make the choice to go for it. If it is just like part of the regular guarding, like if I can just press the A button with good timing and that's super guarding, and otherwise I get the regular guard, to me there's no risk there. It's just I'm trying to go for the tighter timing so that I don't take any damage at all. And there's a mod for one of the Paper Mario games that I'm really looking forward to playing at some point. And it kind of tries to integrate super guarding like that, like Super Mario RPG. And we will see how it works. I will see if I like it. But I'm not sure if I will, because I prefer it being a separate action, personally. I don't think it should be integrated as part of the guarding thing. I think super guarding is cool, but I also think basically becoming invincible just by having good timing goes against what's an RPG. I'm fine with Paper Mario being atypical, though. I think super guarding is a good mechanic. I think it should be hard, though, and should be a separate choice, and that is the point that I've been trying to make this whole time. I feel like it's a little bit easy in Thousand Year Door's remake. I feel like it's harder to do in the original game, both because of, like, 1/60th of a frame less that you have to work with, and also because, the timing is just a little bit more unclear in the GameCube game most of the time, where the Switch version will usually try to make it pretty clear when the attack is going to actually hit you. So, you know. Yeah, Bug Fables and Escape from Ever After, it's the same button for guarding and super guarding, but super guarding just reduces damage by 2 instead of down to 0 in both of those games? Or just Escape from Ever After? Or just Bug Fables? But yeah, no. Personally, I really don't like it when it's the same button. There's no risks to that. It's just reward and better reward. You know? I wanted to jump on that, actually. Thank you. 1/60th of a frame. Oops. I meant 1/60th of a second. My bad. Both games. Damn. I played Thousand Year Door with only guard normal, and the game is balanced enough to beat it that way. Good. Make hard mode disable super guarding so you have to focus on badges and items and stuff. Anyways, has difficulty been a topic yet? No, that was one of the last things I wanted to talk about, and we will get there in Just a little bit. But first, let's take a little bit of a break. Let's take a break from, whoa, that was cool. Anyway, let's take a break from, like, getting all uppity about combat or whatever else, and instead just focus on silly little things. I want to focus on a couple of silly little things, not a whole bunch, just like some tiny things. For one, cosmetics. Am I crazy, or did Mario just, like, not jump there? Oh, he did jump. I don't know. Okay, I guess I'm crazy. For some reason, I thought he, like, just fell in the standing position. But anyway, so Paper Mario doesn't really do cosmetics a whole lot. Like, the first two games have attack effects badges that change the sound effects of your moves. Super Paper Mario has Piccolo, which sort of does a similar thing, and Origami King has the Retro Soundbox accessory, which also does kind of what Piccolo does. But as far as sound effects are concerned, I feel like that's the only cosmetic stuff Paper Mario has ever really done, aside from the 1,000-Year Door, where there are badges that you can equip, the L emblem and the W emblem, to change Mario's appearance so that he has Luigi-like clothes and Wario-like clothes, and if you have both of them equipped, you have Waluigi-like clothes. And then the remake also adds a 100% reward, the Gold emblem, which makes Mario golden. And ironically enough, that golden is very slightly different depending on which emblems you have equipped. I have checked, it is very slight, but it is a difference. It's kind of interesting. But something that I think could be interesting to see again is cosmetic stuff in the next Paper Mario game. I don't know if it'll happen, because, like, that's a lot of art that's got to be drawn, depending on what style they go for, or even just in general. But I think it would be cool, like, whether we get, like, just color change emblems again, or actual proper costumes. Like, this game has costumes, but only for a photo shoot. If we get, like, actual proper costumes again, I mean, if we get proper costumes like Mario Odyssey, I think that would be fun. I would like something like that. I don't expect it at all, but I think, you know, I think it's a fun thing at least. I like fun cosmetic stuff. Tower of Trials had a lot of cosmetic stuff. Nice. I like that. Olivia. No, I don't want the audience. I can solve this on my own. With how Nintendo games are doing these... hold on. With how Nintendo games are doing these days, I'd be fine with just a decent Paper Mario game again. I want more than a decent Paper Mario game. I want a good Paper Mario game. Shit, I want a great Paper Mario game. I might even want an amazing Paper Mario game or an excellent Paper Mario game and I fucked up. But Professor Toad's got my back. Ooh. The easiest error you can do in turn-based RPGs is they press A to win scenario. Yeah. That's a little lame. Different color Marios, that could be its own mechanic, but eh. My general consensus is that Nintendo's either going to lean in the new games directions or the old games direction, not really in between. I don't think they will, honestly. I think they will do, like, a bunch of in-between stuff, because their whole shtick is, like, wanting to surprise players. And I know they've been a little bit cowardly with Paper Mario, but, like, I think that still holds true, regardless of whether their surprises are good or not, which... I definitely have some choice feelings about some of their surprises. Princess Peach. But, you know, their whole thing is, like, wanting to surprise players with new experiences, even if it doesn't always make sense. I think they will go for something new or in between or something. I don't think they're going to strictly make an old Paper Mario game or a new Paper Mario game, if that makes sense. Could have beaten them with failed action commands if I used stronger items. Yeah, but why would I do that? I like action commands. Ugh. My back. It hurt. Used to think all RPGs had action commands until I played Final Fantasy. It was definitely a little bit damaging that my first RPGs were all Mario games, because now I really struggle to get into RPGs where you don't perform action commands or something similar. Like, you don't entirely do that in, like, Undertale and Deltarune, but those games have a really cool dodging system, so that makes up for it, and I'm really interested in that. And there's still some engagement with, like, attacking. But only attacking, not really sparing. Actually, acting has some engagement sometimes. Especially in Deltarune. Yeah, nice try, asshole. Alright, what else? Ooh, here's another light thing. Do we think... No. How can you think when your face is punched out? But anyway, do we think that they will care enough, Nintendo or Intelligent Systems or whoever else, do we think that they will care enough about the next Paper Mario game to treat it like a big deal? I'm really curious what everyone's opinion on that is, and I feel like this is another one of those things where it's like, it kind of depends on what kind of game they even make, but there's a very, very big difference in how they treated Origami King versus how they treated the Thousand Year Door. Like, Origami King, they were kind of a little bit ashamed of it. There was also COVID. COVID was also a problem, and so they couldn't really announce this game in, like, a direct or anything like that. But Origami King, when they revealed it, they showed, like, 2 seconds of battle gameplay. I'm not letting that go. I remember that very well. And so we had no idea what the battle system even looked like until the overview trailer, which was horrible. You know, there was also the fact that because of COVID and everything, it was announced just all of a sudden on Twitter. So that was something to wake up to, I guess. And then... How much did they give a shit about the game after the fact? I mean, they did some interviews and did Nintendo Treehouse and everything leading up to its release. But then after that, like, the game released, and I'm not even kidding, I searched up Origami King on their Twitter. I think I found maybe, like, 2 posts from after July 17th, 2020. Like, I think they genuinely just, like, did not advertise this game after it released. Which is a little funny to me. And there was, like, maybe, like, there were a few tutorials leading up to release. I mean, for one, they also, like, showed off the music a little bit. That was fun. That was our little confirmation that this game was going to have more than one battle theme. Because they said red streamer battle. But, They had, like, some origami folding tutorials. I think those were before the game released. Maybe there was one afterward. I don't know. Something like that. Mute for 5 seconds? Why? Okay, I'm going to count to 5. And you guys are going to see me, okay? Okay, I'm back. But, anyway. On top of that, there was, like, there's not really any merch for this game aside from on the Japanese website, because, like, they always have merch for, like, every game that comes out over there. There's... What even was it? I think there was, like, Origami King themed tape or something like that. Like, tape with a bunch of Mario sprites from Origami King. And I think there was, like, an Origami King themed handbag or something like that. I don't know. Not a whole lot of interesting stuff. There were a few pre-order bonuses. In some regions, you could get, like, a little folded Goomba keychain. There were these pins. You could get these little pins. It was, like, these really tiny little pins of, like, Mario doing the pose that he has on the box art. And, like, there's Origami Peach. That's about it, honestly. That's all I can think about. But then there was... Thousand Year Door. In Thousand Year Door, was a Nintendo Direct closer, which they only do for like really big games. So they knew it was special. Thousand Year Door also got a special logo. All the the past few Paper Mario games have all had like the same sort of style with their logo. Thousand Year Door recreated the original Japanese logo with like the diorama of the Petal Meadows battle background and everything. That was really fucking cool. And they were like so proud to show off this game at the end of a Nintendo Direct. They showed off so much of it just in that one little initial reveal trailer. They started out with a fucking book, which they knew was going to immediately get people screaming. And then they just continued to advertise the game. Not really, hold on. They kind of went silent for a little bit, and then I think on Mario Day, that's when they announced a release date, and that's when they started to like really push and advertise the game a whole lot. And it's like, okay, now Europe is going to get this really awesome pre-order bonus. There's going to be like a fucking, like a stage, a battle stage that you can put together yourself. Oh my god, I'm still upset that North America didn't get that, but I'm also happy that I have a German boyfriend who is now my husband. But you know, so there was the battle stage. Japan got a shit ton of pre-order bonuses. There were also, what else was there? There were like notebooks and shit like that you could get on My Nintendo, different notebooks for different regions. I don't know, like there was just so much merch, so much physical merch released. And some of it was really fucking cool. So much merch released for Thousand Year Door's remake. And they just kept pushing this game. They kept advertising it after it released. It wasn't like Origami King where they posted about it maybe like twice on Twitter. No, they kept posting about it constantly. It went on for like, I think 7 months. They would just keep posting about this game. And they would have commercials airing on TV for it. And like YouTube Shorts ads with Mario rolling up into tube mode and going paper mode and landing on Bowser and all that. And they even had a video where they showed off Danger Mario strats. Which is like, okay, hello. You obviously know your fan base at this point. So what I'm really wondering is, I don't think they're ever gonna like promote a Paper Mario game as hard as they promoted Thousand Year Door's remake again, unless it's like another remake of a beloved game. But what I'm wondering is how hard they're gonna push this next Paper Mario game, if it's something that they're gonna be proud of, or if it's something that they're going to announce like a few months before it releases and then just never mention it again afterward. That's what I'm wondering. Are we getting like another Paper Mario game where I can build like a little battle stage in real life? Oh my god, I love the fucking physical pre-order battle stage. It's like my favorite pre-order bonus ever, dude. I really, really loved it. I don't think we're ever getting one treated like Thousand Year Door again, because that was like a very special case, but dude, it still makes me happy thinking about how they treated that game, and I really do want them to treat future Paper Mario games like that again. Or at least, like, half as good as they treated Thousand Year Door, you know? Just make it feel like a big release of some kind. Give us an art book. Oh, wait. There. Dude, a fucking Paper Mario art book. Imagine that. Not gonna happen, because they like having the concept art be in the games, but still. Hey Noko. You've missed the entire stream, where I have promised to talk not very biased, except I didn't really promise that, but, you know, I wanted to talk about Paper Mario series and come to a conclusion about the next game, and instead I just showed how much of a Thousand Year Door fan I am. By the way, what? Paper Mario art book similar to what we got for Super Mario Odyssey would be great. Yeah, for real. Like some sort of just big book for games like Mario Odyssey or Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Something like that for Paper Mario would be fucking awesome. I don't think they're going to do that, though, because they prefer to just have a concept art gallery in the game itself, which is fine, honestly. I'm fine with that, but, you know. That's still cool. How many games actually have a concept art gallery? in the game itself. Thousand Door might just have the most to talk about. It's just the fact that its world has the most meat to it out of the 6 games. Well, it's not just that. I've also been, like, drawing heavy comparisons and showing how much more I like the older games over the recent ones. Recent. Sticker Star came out in, like, 2012. That was 14 years ago. But, you know. I've been drawing some comparisons, talking a little louder, a little passionately. Feel like maybe a hard Origami King fan might not like this stream very much, admittedly. But anyway. Wait, hold on, no. Wasn't it like 1432 or something? Yeah, 1423, my bad. Yeah, you literally just like... I think you just make a U. No, you don't. Make a backwards in. There we go. Older games do just have more to them too. Those are just the facts. Exactly. Honestly, I could think of things to talk about like all day for any of these Paper Mario games, as long as you don't make me say like, okay, let's talk about the whole series. Because I will start thinking about things to say about a lot more Paper Mario games than Origami King or Sticker Star. I think I said that wrong. What I meant to say was I would think of a lot more things to say about games that aren't Sticker Star or Origami King. That's what I meant to say. Hope it doesn't release as a Switch 2 exclusive. The Switch 2 has a reputation for killing IPs now. Does it? Alright. Moving off of the super light, fun, casual topics, like the cosmetics and all that, I want to go back into one last topic that I wanted to talk about in this stream, and it's one that I think we kind of already have a bit of an answer to, but I just want to talk about it anyway. Let's talk about challenges. For one, is the next Paper Mario game going to be good for challenge runs? Because Color Expression and Origami King are not good for challenge runs. But also, that kind of just plays into, like, everything else we've talked about. What I mean is extra challenges. Things like, for example, the Pit of 100 Trials in Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario, or the... just all of the optional bosses that the first Paper Mario game has. That game has so many optional bosses. Or Scuffle Island in Origami King, which was... very short, but it was something, I guess. Something that I am really, really wanting out of the next Paper Mario game is extra challenges. I feel like those have been sorely missing for a while. Like, Paper Mario has... how many optional bosses does it have? It has 5 bosses in the dojo. Some of them are more like mini-bosses. I guess they're all kind of like mini-bosses, but... you have Chan and Lee, and then you have the Dojo Master 3 times getting increasingly stronger. That is just a dojo that you can walk into and fight pretty much at any point as long as they are there. You can do that whenever. Free reign. Nothing's stopping you. Aside from just the beginning of the game, pretty much. Then you've got 3 different bloopers of varying strength in Toad Town Sewers. And I think at most you only ever actually have to fight one of them. I think the other 2 are kind of optional depending on how you go through the sewers. There's Kinsey Koopa, who blocks off Pleasant Path after Chapter 5. Completely optional. In fact, if you go through the sewers and you fight a different blooper, you can just use a blue pipe to get to Chapter 1's Koopa Village. So you don't even have to fight Kinsey to do that. Like, he's literally just there blocking your path. You could pay him. You could fight him. Whatever. I feel like I'm missing some. I'm missing something. Oh, Buzzer! Buzzer, right. Buzzer in Chapter 2. There's Buzzer in Chapter 2. And then there are also the anti-guys all over the place. So many, like, optional bosses. Some of them you encounter in the story. Some of them are just, like, off to the side. That game's got so many optional bosses. I love optional bosses. They're, like, my favorite things ever in RPGs. Sort of. There are probably a lot of other favorite things ever that are even more favorite, but, you know. Then you got Thousand Year Door and its remake. Thousand Year Door has the Pit of 100 Trials, and it's got Bone Tail at the bottom, and there's also Atomic Poo and Creepy Steeple. Not as much there, but the Pit of 100 Trials is a really fun concept, and I genuinely enjoy it. I play Pit of 100 Trials like pretty much every time I play through Thousand Year Door, unless I have a reason not to. And then the remake also added 2 more super bosses. Spoilers, it's Prince Mush and Wacka. And those are really awesome. Except for the timer thing. Having to wait to get the emails is stupid. I really hate that. Then you got Super Paper Mario. You've got 2 Pits of 100 Trials, one of which you have to do twice because the game is stupid. But they have different bosses at the bottom. And then on top of that, there's also an optional Francis encounter in Chapter 8. And there's the entirety of Sammer's Kingdom in post-game, which is... I don't think it's very good, but it's something. It's entertaining for the dialogue, at least. And the cards you get at the end. And then after that, like, what other optional challenges exist in Paper Mario after Super Paper Mario? There's Sticker Star, which has the toad that needs to be rescued in each world, I guess. That's got some funny encounters, like the fucking Shy Guys that are actually, like, a lot of Shy Guys. They just look like one Shy Guy each. That one was pretty funny, I guess. Color Splash has... Oh, wait, hold on. Sticker Star also has a Buzzy Beetle boss in World 1. Color Splash has a Spiny and Kiwano Temple that you can just walk right around, just completely ignore. I think that's it. I mean, there's Rochambeau, but that's not, like, combat-oriented. I want combat-oriented challenges, you know? Completing the museums. That's not what I mean. No. When I say extra challenges, I mean, like, combat-oriented stuff. Sorry, I should have clarified that from the start. But I don't know, Color Splash has just like a fucking Spiny you can walk around, I guess. And then Rochambeau, which sort of looks like the combat system, but you're just playing rock, paper, scissors, and it can be funny. Rochambeau's really funny, but like, I don't really think it's that great of an extra challenge, especially the last 2 ones being very luck-based. And then Origami King. Origami King tries a little bit again. Like, there's Scuffle Island in the Great Sea, so you have, like, 7 rounds of fighting Paper Macho enemies. But it's not really that hard, and it's pretty short, and it doesn't last long at all. And then as far as optional bosses are concerned, there aren't any. As far as I'm aware, there are no optional bosses in Origami King. There is the... Fuck, what's it called? Bossatronic Operating... something. Yeah, that kind of works. It spells out boss, I think. Just like the little boss refight thing. And then there's like the ring puzzle thing, which I guess that's combat oriented, since you have to do that for combat in this game. But like, there are no new optional bosses in Origami King. It's just like boss refights, and they're not even like Mario and Luigi boss refights where they're harder. They're not harder. It's literally just refighting the bosses, and you can like time yourself. Go for a record. I wish Thousand Year Door's remake had that. I don't know why it didn't. But, it added 2 new super bosses, so I'm okay, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I really hope that the next Paper Mario game... Bossatronic Automated Machine Fighter. Does that spell out B-O-S-S at all? I don't... What the fuck? Okay. Sure. Weird-ass Toad. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, the fact that Thousand Year Door's remake added super bosses that are, like, pretty engaging with the game's mechanics does give me some hope. But at the same time, it's a remake that tries really hard to have new stuff. Or, not to have new stuff, but, like, to feel like a new experience, even for players who played the original a lot. Felt that way for me, at least. While being faithful. So I imagine they probably just like added those 2 boss refights just as like a bonus to entice players even further, maybe. BAMF is short for badass motherfucker. I don't know. I hope that the next Paper Mario game has more optional bosses or optional combat challenges again that actually like feel like I'm doing something new, you know? Something similar to a Pit of 100 Trials, or just bosses that are part of the story but I can just not fight them, or bosses that are like, I'm super powerful, fight me if you dare, stuff like that. I don't know. I want something like that again. And then on top of that, and I know this one's definitely not happening. I at least have some hope that, like, a combat challenge will appear again in another Paper Mario game. What I don't have hope for, that I still want to happen, but I don't think it will. I want a hard mode. I've talked about this enough. You guys know that I want a hard mode. You know that it is something that is important to me. They just don't do it anymore. I don't know why. Brothership has, like, 2 easy modes. Literally, like, I'm not even kidding. There's easy mode and there's cakewalk mode. And it's not even, like, 2 separate types of easy modes. It is literally just easy and easier. Why'd they do that? They don't even activate until you, like, die enough times. Which makes it even more weird. But, I don't know, man. I like Thousand Year Door for having Double Pain. Double Pain is, like, my favorite badge ever. Because there's no benefit to it. You literally just take double damage. And, like, I've played Thousand Year Door enough that Double Pain kind of is the normal difficulty for me. But I still want that. Like, I still prefer to play the game taking double damage. Shit, I wish there was a Double Pain P so the partners could take double damage too. I don't know why there's not. You know? Stuff like that. Some kind of hard mode, some kind of badge that just makes things more difficult without really having a proper benefit. Double Pain. Unsimplifier. Unsimplifier has a benefit, but, like, it's still interesting at least. I don't know, man. I want Paper Mario to have a hard mode again, or a double damage mode, or a no experience mode. Actually, hold on. To be clear, when I say no experience mode, I mean, like, in a game that normally has experience. Not a no experience Paper Mario game. I don't want that again. But anyway. Super Mario RPG Remake having an easy mode but not a hard mode is weird. Yeah. I just think it's, like, ridiculous, man. They focus a little too much on these easy modes. And we don't really get, like, hard mode challenges. And I know I'm playing baby Mario games, but, like, I just want some challenge to my fun little Wahoo man. That's all. One of my hopes for the next Paper Mario game is, hold on, is that if they do add partners, we should have 2 partners on the field and way more enemies in the battlefield. I want mobs of enemies to fight. I think that could be a cool idea, just so long as the gameplay is actually, like, designed to work with that sort of thing. If it's just, like, regular Paper Mario gameplay with that sort of thing, I feel like battles could drag out, which is my biggest problem with Color Splash and Origami King. Can we please have a hard mode? Yes, please. I want a hard mode so badly. Blink 3 times if you're playing this against your will. Does that answer your question? Ugh, I want Double Pain again, dude. Shit, if they're not willing to do, like, a badge or something that just strictly makes the game harder by having you take more damage, they should at least have, like, a no pain, no gain. I think some Paper Mario Hard mode had that, where they had Double Pain, but they called it no pain, no gain, and it had, like, some kind of benefit. I don't remember if it was, like, more SP or more coins or star points or something. I think more star points would counterbalance it a little too well. But more coins or more SP. Like, sure, there you go. That's a passive benefit, kinda. While explicitly still making you take more damage. Reminder that Nintendo games are designed so that every player can reach 60 to 70% of the game content. I know, exactly. That's why I want, like, a hard mode. I don't want the game to be harder. I'm fine with the game being easy. I just want, like, the ability to make it harder for myself without just having to impose challenge rules. You know? No pain, no gain was double pain and money in one badge. I see. So it was coin gain. It's an infinite pit in Towers of Trials. Okay, so it was JD Aster's idea. I see. Anyway, all that said, we have officially ticked off every box on my list. Those were all the things that I thought of that I wanted to talk about. If anyone has any other, like, just aspects that we haven't already gone over, and for those of you that joined the stream late, I'm sorry, but I will probably just say, like, we already talked about that earlier. If anyone has any other, like, aspects of Paper Mario games that would be interesting to talk about while I finish up Chapter 3, then feel free to bring it up. Or even if you want to just, like, talk a little more in depth about a previous topic. I'm sorry, I was paying no attention to that shit. Fans will. Yeah, fans will let you be hard. Maybe that's why they don't do it. They know fans will just be creative anyway. Still kind of lame, though. Harder enemies with more health? Well, I think that kind of just happens a little more, like, as you progress through a game. Origami King can get a little difficult at times, especially, like, close to the end of the game, but it's still not that difficult of a game. Especially once you know the answers to the puzzles. And the puzzles... Sorry, and the puzzles are, like, part of what make the game hard as well. A Luigi side story, not necessarily Marvelous Compass. Not necessarily Marvelous Compass, but something similar. Yeah, that would be cool, I guess. If he's not, like, part of the main story in some way. You know what I want? This wasn't on the list, but I just remembered it. I want multiple save files per user. I actually think it's really lame that, like, I can't tally up my playtime accurately for games like Color Splash or Origami King. Or that I have to, like, keep deleting user save data or something just to play a game again on the same user. Because these games literally just do, like, one save file per user. I think that's lame. I don't like that system. I actually do like the fact that Thousand Year Door's Remake had 4 save files again, like the original game. Not counting, like, memory cards and shit like that, but at the same time, that's basically what the users are on Switch. But at the same time, as much as I want... Wait, what? Yes. Oh, there we go, okay. As much as I want to have multiple save files again, I'm not 100% convinced that that will happen, because the way the, like, 4 save files are presented in Thousand Year Door, it's pretty clear that they were trying to make it seem like a recreation of the original game's file select screen, even though you can't name your save files. It's pretty clear that's what they were going for, because it looks very similar to how the file select screen looks in the original game. So, I'm actually not fully convinced that we're going to get more than 1 save file per user in the next Paper Mario game. I would hope we do. Maybe Thousand Year Door Remake is a sign of that, but I'm not convinced that we will. I think they just did that because Thousand Year Door Remake. Remake the file select screen. Make it faithful. You know? That's something, I guess. They really called this thing the Marvelous Compass XD. Just being optimistic toward the future for Paper Mario. Yeah, if it means anything. I know I did a lot of, like, comparing and being a little harsh and being sometimes even kind of negative. But I do genuinely have hope for the next Paper Mario game. I do genuinely think it is a game, or it will be a game that I will enjoy a lot. And hopefully will continue to enjoy. I hope it's not going to be a situation like Origami King where it's like the more I play it, the more I realize, wow, I actually kind of don't like this game. Not to say that I strictly dislike Origami King, but you know what I mean. Like everything that I've talked about today. I do have hope that the next Paper Mario game will be one that I, like, really enjoy. I just hope that I continue to enjoy it. And I hope that it is a good enough game that doesn't, like, disrespect things about any Paper Mario game. So that fans of, like, the entire series can enjoy it. And I know that's, like, a difficult position to fill, but I have hopes. I hope it will. Is it just mainly the gameplay you're liking less and less here? Yeah, it's mostly the gameplay. That is pretty much my issue with Origami King. It mostly just boils down to the gameplay. And how it's not really a good game for repeat playthroughs. What about Music Hat and costumes? We've already talked about all those things. Are you doing a stream series for Yoshi and the Marvelous... I almost said book. Wait, hold on. Oh. No. Oh my god. Dude, I almost read that as Yoshi and the Marvelous Compass. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. I think I would like to do that, but it will probably be on my second channel. And, I don't know, a part of me is considering not doing that so I can just enjoy the game more casually. But at the same time, I think it would be a momentous occasion if someone like me actually finally played a Yoshi game for the first time to its end. I mean, to its end. You know? Because I've actually never done that, believe it or not. Believe me or not. Ugh. And then, after Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, if I like it enough, I will go back and play all the other games. And I mean it when I say all of them. I don't know how much I mean it, but I mean it decently enough, at least. Have the stream muted for your video? Oh, I see. So you're just muting streams now, huh? I see how it is. Yoshi and the Marvelous Compass, Luigi's now a Yoshi? Oh, fuck yes. Imagine you played a Yoshi game and you hated it. So far, I haven't hated a Yoshi game, but I have been annoyed by one a little bit because of my completionist tendencies, and it, like, Yoshi's not really generally very good to completionists. Unless you really like a certain type of gameplay, I guess. But one of them kind of annoyed me. And another one, a more recent one, just bored me. It didn't annoy me or anything. It was just boring. And I'm talking about Yoshi's Crafted World. Just to be clear. I found Crafted World to be boring. But I will give it another chance because I really did not make it that far. I think I would do better to give it another chance. Fuck, man. Oh, see ya, Hunter. Oh, shit. Before we go any further, I need to do, like, one other thing real quick. If you heard anything just now, it wasn't me. highly recommend to just play Yoshi's Island without getting 100 points in each level. I definitely plan on doing that. I'm not going to, like, ruin the experience for myself a second time. Because that was part of why I got so annoyed with it. It was just, I did not like the completion that much. So I'm going to play it more casually. Just enjoy the game without trying to, like, do everything to perfection the first time around. And then, hopefully I like it a lot more. And if I like it enough, maybe I'll go back and complete it. Why doesn't this game have the partner characters run with you? It looks so goofy leaving them behind like that. What do you mean? Oh, shit. I've never actually tried to leave this temple during this sequence before. That's weird. Cool, though. Steven became a creaky chair? Yeah. Or I'm sitting in your ear and tell you everything. No, I don't need any backseating. Thank you, though. But I will need it for when we eventually play the multiplayer Zelda games together. Except for maybe Four Swords, like the base one. Actually, no, I think I will need it. But except for Triforce Heroes. I know that game pretty well. Where are you going? Hell. Anyway, I am pretty much just going to finish up Chapter 3. And then, that'll be the end of the stream. When you ran, Professor Toad continued to stand there with no reaction. Oh, I didn't see that. Peanut butter? Alright, bro. I actually hate peanuts, not gonna lie. No, like, I'm dead serious. I genuinely don't like peanuts. I dislike them so much that, like, I also kind of based my taste for, like, everything else in the nut category on them for a while. Not that I hadn't tried other nuts, like walnuts or whatever, or pecans. I had. It's just, like, after growing a dislike for peanuts, I started to really not like any other kind of nut. Except for almonds. I was able to handle almonds for a while. And then, in very recent years, I have been finally starting to enjoy other nuts again. I still don't think I'll ever like peanuts, but I can enjoy cashews to some extent. Not really. I haven't really tried cashews a whole lot, but pistachios. I can do pistachio. It's a little weird, but I'm fine with pistachio. Hazelnut I like. I like hazelnut. Especially if it's chocolate hazelnut. Mmm. Chocolate with hazelnut. Yummy. Yummy-oo. I think you're nuts. You don't just leave a steady job, pursue a plumbing computer? Really? I was about to say computer. Okay. I don't even remember how the full quote goes. Something about don't leave a steady job to pursue, like, a plumbing dream or something like that. I don't fucking know. Maybe I should play Four Swords Adventures again before we do the multiplayer. It's been years since I played it. Well, I've literally never played it, so, like, I'm fine with playing with other people who aren't familiar. You being gay in chat without me? Yeah. Oh my goodness, dude, I want Paper Mario 7 so badly, but I gotta wait until, like, at least late 2027 probably before it even gets announced. Oh, we're not even halfway through 2026 yet. Sobbing. Don't mind me, by the way. I'm just gonna go ahead and be a sellout again while I walk back to where I was before. If you want to support me, consider supporting me on Patreon. Pretty soon here, I'm going to, like, actually make proper graphics to... Oh, God, wait, I just realized I'm still using the fucking Twitter Blue Sky, like, that graphic. I didn't even realize I was still using that. Oops, I need to fix that. But anyway, if any of you want to support me, consider doing so on Patreon. You'll get access to a member-exclusive Discord server and scuttlebugs all over you. And... works in progress for artwork that I'm making for the YouTube channel. I'm gonna make a proper graphic for this so that I don't have to keep, like, saying this out loud as much, except for maybe, like, fully at the end of a stream. Because it just feels weird. I don't really like selling out like that. But, yeah. I don't know. Figured I'd put it out there if anyone wants to help out, because my YouTube is still being mean. I got rejected again today, by the way. I'm not even joking, I'm gonna try to, like, revive my old AdSense account tomorrow and see if maybe that makes a difference. If it does, I'm gonna be, like, really pissed off because there's no indication that, like, the other account is the problem. The way they word the emails makes it sound like my YouTube channel is the problem, even though I'm not sure what the problem with my YouTube channel is. So... I'm gonna bring back my old account tomorrow, and if they approve that immediately, then hands up in the air, I don't care. Just, like, not really sure what else to do. See ya, Maddie. Did I collect the toads that were back there? I don't know if I did. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. We're good. Swearing while playing children's games could be the issue, but I've always done that. I mean, like, Thousand Year Door came out in 2024, and I was swearing, like, way before that, I think. If it's an issue now, they've, like, tightened the regulations or something. Or I just do it more without thinking about it. I don't know. Except Bringle does that and he wasn't demonetized. Exactly. I don't know, man. I try to comply with laws, but then I have to make new accounts for it because of just how stupidly accounts are set up for countries and shit like that. Anything money related. And then I get punished for trying to comply with laws. So, like, I don't know. If I bring back the old account and it is successful, then I'm gonna roll with it and hope that it doesn't cause a problem later down the line. I'm just gonna try to, like, file things with the government and hope that I'll be good. Like saying fuck 6 times in a row is not okay. Man. I don't know. If I ever, like, actually get properly monetized again on YouTube, then I won't have to push the Patreon so much, but right now I really have to push it because, like, I really need that extra little boost. Yeah. I need it. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to be, like, very clear. That was not supposed to be, like, a guilt trip thing. It's more just, like, I can't sit here and just do nothing, you know, while YouTube's refusing to monetize me. Or Google AdSense is refusing to, like, approve my account, is more accurate to say. I can't just do nothing, is what I'm saying. Oh, come on, dude. Let me run away. Dude. God's hands. Thank you. I was either keeping that one-up mushroom or I was losing it right there. To a stupid, luck-based fleeing mechanic. Fun! Good game design. Please make it mashing again in the next Paper Mario. I like what they did with Thousand Year Door's remake, even if it made fleeing a little too easy. Like that little mix of punishing players for fleeing too often, while still having it be a mashing thing. I like that. I just wish it wasn't so easy, because, like, pressing the A button even once fills the running meter so much in that game that even at the absolute lowest point it can be, I can still fill it completely without a problem. It's kind of funny to hear in the shoutouts, Linky again. Wait, what do you mean? I will do what I do for another friend on YouTube, doing both Patreon and memberships, and just cleared up for you. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Just probably not a good idea right now, because I ain't getting that money from YouTube. Oh shit, you're right. I forgot about the sarcophagus with the heart. Thank you. Dude, the fucking, like, three-dimensional toad stack walking around is so funny. What was the punishment? I don't think I ever ran in the remake. Okay, so basically, the way running works in modern Paper Mario is the more you run, the less likely it is that you will successfully run away again. And then I think it's either, like, beating enemies or successfully running away. It, like, resets it to a 50% chance or something like that. I don't know. It's something weird like that. In Thousand Year Door Remake tries to keep that system to discourage running away by having it be that whenever you want to run from a fight, how full that meter already is at the start of the sequence will depend on how much you've run away recently. So if you have run away a lot recently, then that meter will be like really low at the start, and you'll have to mash a lot to fill it up. Valid until May 7th? Or 17th? I see. Well, thank you. So it's like a little mix of like the luck-based running in modern Paper Mario that like accounts for your frequency of running away from fights, and the mashing from the original Thousand Year Door. And I like it. I like it. It's too easy, but I like it. They need to make it so the A button doesn't fill up the bar as much, because it really did not fill that much in the original game. I don't think it was in the original Thousand Year Door, but there was still like some variance to how running, or I'm sorry, there was still some variance to how full the meter was in that game. I think based on like the number of enemies and the enemy levels, but it would still usually be roughly around the halfway mark every time you ran. I think. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it did have that system to punish running away, but I don't think so. I think it had more to do with how many enemies there were and how strong they were. I think it working like Mario and Luigi would work, where you have to alternate between mashing a few different buttons. That could be interesting, but like running away in older Mario and Luigi games is still pretty much guaranteed unless you like specifically cancel it out. And don't get me wrong, I think it is a good thing to be able to just do the thing that I want to do. You know, if I want to run, then let me run. But it is nice to also counter that a little bit and make it fail sometimes, but not for luck reasons. I hate it when it's luck reasons. There's also 2 5 HP hearts you missed, but you don't need max HP to beat the game, so it doesn't really matter unless you want to have 200 at the end. I don't really care. It's fine. I mean, I've got one of them in my inventory right now. It's all shriveled up. I just, I haven't, like, restored it yet. Can't remember what the other one was. Do you think there's going to be an invincibility star in the next Paper Mario? Honestly, fuck it. Yeah, there probably will be. 4 of the 6 Paper Mario games have an invincibility star. I think there will be. They like having their little sequences where you can just rush through enemies. Especially Color Splash. Color Splash does it, like, at least 3 times, I think. Surfer Toad in the Hotel. I thought I got that one. Did I not talk to him? Huh. I'll check it out after this boss fight. Oh yeah, no, this is definitely like the best dance sequence in the game. I really love it. Did everything crash? No. Love Toad should know? Yeah. Na 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 na. At one point I actually wanted to like make an animation based off of Thrills at Night, but I canned it because I was really slow at art back then, and even though I'm a lot faster now, I still don't think I could really spend time on an animation like that. Millions of kids played this and have no idea who Michael Jackson is. Yeesh. Dude, it'd be crazy if Hole Punch just fucking moonwalked at some point. I'm sorry, every time I think of Michael Jackson, I just think of the moonwalk. You're here for a bit? Hi, you've already missed, like, all the discussion, but if you have, like, your own topic that we haven't discussed, then, please do bring it up. First Paper Mario to come out after Michael Jackson's death was Sticker Star. Coincidence? Just came for the jam? Yeah, you just came, like, in time for the jams. Whew! Look how much damage that does, dude. Items for the win. Dude, items do, like, so much more damage to bosses than the weapons sometimes. It's hilarious. Especially the flowers. Only issue is, I think your attack power isn't doubled whenever you attack with items, but you can still get, like, +1 action. What am I missing? I don't think there's anything that I'll trip over. I think I'm good. Because I think it just runs over the off, volumental panels, right? Yeah, okay, we're good, we're good. Now check this shit out. I miss being obsessed with Origami King. Me too. I really do wish I still liked this game as much as I did back then. By the way, as fun as this boss fight is, I also think it's one of the worst designed boss fights in the game. Because you can literally just, like, not die as long as you keep picking up your face. Because you get a heal for it. And then whenever you get your face cut out again, it just, like... It doesn't, like, lower your HP proportional to your max. Oh, shit. Can't get my face. Well, I mean, I'm not going to take damage this turn, so... That melted his health, yeah. Only with boots and hammers. Yeah. I want to see the scissors come back at some point in a future game. Possible safety scissors minions. Scissors is, ironically, my favorite boss fight in this game. You have a lot of freedom in how you take them down. And also, the tension is just awesome. I really love the tension of, like, insta-kill attacks. They should do that more in Paper Mario. You know what? I want that. I want another boss in the next Paper Mario game that can just fucking insta-kill you if you don't, like, dodge its attack or guard against it correctly. That's the kind of challenge we're missing. I guess I'll just beat him with fire flowers. I don't really give a shit. I want my face back. Imagine if they cut out Olivia's face and you had to recover it for propelling mental powers. I mean, they basically have that gimmick later in the game with Olivia getting taken by Handaconda. And hopefully close to good night at least. Don't bounce off. Oh, nice. Okay, no damage. Hole punch has fallen, it can't move. It's fallen and it can't get up. Well, it did get up, I guess, but... For normal gameplay at least, unless it's like really easy to dodge / block. I mean, scissors is pretty easy, but it feels super tense. So it's awesome. I think that's a back area, so it should hit. Die, please. Damn it, it was really close. Oh no. I lost half my health. Oh, you're an asshole. It's okay. Check this shit out. I got a win button right here. Surely he's got less than 5 HP, right? Good night. Does that count as a stylish finish? What? No, dude. Do you only get, like, the finish thing if it's with the 1,000-fold arms? Scissors boost fight. Actually, wait, I just realized we did kind of get that in Thousand Years Remake. Because Prince Mush will just, like, he's got a point where he charges up and he will just absolutely fucking murder you if you don't, like, super guard or do something else to counter that attack. It's called the 1,000-fold arms finisher. Oh, I thought it was just like a, like, flashy finish or something. What? There. Hello? There we go. Did you like the bosses in this game being office supplies? I thought it was a funny idea, but it could have used some work. I would have liked it if they weren't just office supplies, but like actually Mario-styled office supply creatures at least. I don't know. Yay, we saved the sun! Wow. How many games has it been since I last saw you? You're shining so much brighter now. Oh, never mind, I guess. Oh, that's blindness. At least you can beat the shit out of things with a capital C. Yeah. Scissors goes full circle. Your introduction to Scissors and Sticker Star is cutting up Bowser Jr. with it, and then Bowser Jr. gets introduced in this game by being cut up with scissors in Origami King. It's kind of funny. I like it. It's even green. Green handles. It's just got Ollie's emblem now. I just realized, I don't know if a boss like Hole Punch would work that well if this game's art style were more like the puppet art style that Thousand Year Door has. Imagine just like this fully three-dimensional hole in Toad's faces. Dude, I am not digging up your discs. Oh, blindness. The sun is back where it belongs. Yeah, that's right. We put the sun in its place. Hello, microphone. What was that? The fuck? I think it's picking up the game audio a little bit. Oops. YouTube's like, your membership will be canceled, resub now. I thought I turned it off, dude. I don't know why it's like... I need to check again. I thought I disabled the memberships, but apparently they're still active for some reason. And YouTube's still trying to get people to sub. He asks you to find his other discs if you don't get them. Yeah. I think you get like a... You get something for it. I don't remember what. It's either a treasure or like a... Wow, that looks beautiful. You either get like a treasure or like a max up heart. I hope I'm annoying at least one person whenever I just do shit like that. Just someone, anyone. I can even do this. What the fuck? Alright, let me see if I talk to the toad at the fountain. New thing in the battle lab? Oh yeah, it's the... Yeah, wait, I did talk to this toad. So, hold on, what am I missing then? I don't know, whatever. I'm missing the shriveled up heart. Shriveled up heart, shriveled up heart, shriveled up heart in my inventory. Shriveled up heart, throw it in the restoration pond. Shriveled up heart, I'm sorry. Whoa, cute Yoshi animation? Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to make more of those, but unfortunately I don't have a reason to do that right now, because people shouldn't even have memberships. But anyway, Sun Altar. Whoop. You know, this has been a wonderful journey across Scorching Sandpaper Desert, talking about our hopes for the next Paper Mario game. But if I have to be honest with you guys, and I hope you won't, like, get upset at me here, there's something that I want even more than a new Paper Mario game. I want Thousand Year Door Switch 2 Edition. Everyone knows I want that, dude. I don't think Origami King Switch 2 Edition is ever gonna happen. Like, I'd be shocked if it did, because they literally pulled the game from store shelves once Thousand Year Door Remake came out. They stopped producing Origami King physical copies. Like, I think you can't even buy, like, physical copies on Nintendo's website anymore. Like, they really are shutting off Origami King from the family. But, dude, Thousand Year Door Remake. Look, there's already 4K code in it. That's like the whole reason we even found out that the Switch 2 would probably be able to do 4K anyway. It's a matter of time, bro. I don't care if they add new content or not. For all I care, it can be a $5 upgrade that just brings the resolution to 4K and brings the frame rate to 60 FPS while still having horrible menu delay and everything. I don't care, man. Just give it to me. I want it. I want a slightly better version of my slightly better version of my favorite game. Okay? I want it. Give it to me. And fuck, man. At this point, honestly, next Paper Mario game, here's my next hope. This is going to be a very technical thing. Next Paper Mario game, 4K 60. Please. Because, like, believe it or not, the Paper Mario games on the Switch don't even run at 1080p. They run at 900. In docked. They run at 900p. And then in handheld, Origami King runs at 648p, I think. And Thousand Doors Remake runs at 640p. Losing 8 pixels there for some reason, but whatever. Unless someone just, like, misread it with their fucking resolution counter thing, whatever the fuck. I don't know. Oh yeah, 4K 120, that would be even better. Wait, no, Switch 2 can't do that, never mind. 2K 120, but actually, fuck, I'd take I'd take 2K 120 Paper Mario. But for now, it's stuck at 30 FPS and has been for a while, so, like, I'll take 60 at this point. 60 FPS Paper Mario at 4K. Give me. Let me adore this wonderful art in smooth motion and high resolution. Pretty please. Mario Kart World cannot run at 120 FPS, I'm pretty sure. Guys, I think he wants Thousand Year Door. Yeah, I want Thousand Year Door. Dude, I want more Thousand Year Door. Give me more Thousand Year Door. Give me Thousand Year Door Switch 2 Edition, and then sweeten the deal. Give me original Thousand Year Door on the GameCube software. 120 is with 1080p max? Bro, that's lame. I thought I could at least do, like, 2K 120. That's lame. Thumbs down. They should probably clarify that, honestly. Hi, Color Splash. All over this room, by the way. Thousand Year Door 2. Oh yeah, Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door 2. That's my secret wish. No, I don't want Thousand Year Door 2. I just want another Paper Mario game that, like, gives me the same kind of feeling Thousand Year Door gives me. Which, to be fair, I got that, I guess. It's called Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, and it came out for the Nintendo Switch in 2024. Gave me a pretty similar feeling to Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, so, like, I guess I got my wish. Yeah, there you go, I guess. Okay. Origami King 2. Let's go. Origami King 2. Color Splash 3. Yeah, some games can run at 120 FPS on Switch 2. I don't think Mario Kart World can. I think Mario Kart World still is like 60 max. Maybe 90? I think it's 60. And then when you're playing multiplayer, if you have more than 2 people, it dips down to 30, just like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe does. So, not a whole lot of improvement there. But at least the resolution's a little higher, I think. I think it's not even like 4K. I think it's like 2K or somewhere around there. Should they add Homelander the next Paper Mario? No, because they're about to hopefully kill him in the last episode of The Boys. I don't think him being in Paper Mario would really work if he's dead. I have not actually... Yeah, there's a second Mario talking, by the way. I have not actually, like, read The Boys comics or anything, by the way, so please don't spoil me if you know how it ends. Regardless of whether the show is different from them or not. Isn't there, like, a hidden block around here? Yeah, there it is. Weird-ass statue. Sag. Guys, I'm equipping the Sag. It's called Feeling Unfine. Feeling awful. It's got a sad face. Tell that to that one toad on the train. What do you mean one toad? Weren't there like 50 that yell at you? Hopefully kill. Dude, you know how many people Homelander has gutted over the course of The Boys? I think it's gonna be satisfying to see him just like suffer and then maybe have a finishing blow dealt to him after the suffering. I want. But anyway, not gonna sit here, not gonna sit here and talk about The Boys on a Paper Mario stream. Anyway, that's all. That's all she wrote for today's stream. So, the one who doesn't want you to read the diary. Oh, you meant Thousand Year Door. I thought we were still talking about Color Splash. Oops. Feeling awful. It's just like double pain. It doubles the turns of negative status effects. Oh, God. Like triples the chance that you'll end up with a negative status effect. It also gives you a small chance of ending up with it even if you guard. I don't even know what The Boys is. The Boys is a show that is not Linky safe. So, there you go. Maybe. I'm gonna say probably. I don't remember how much you can handle. But anyway, that's all. That's all for the stream. Thank you all so much for joining me today. This has been a fun little casual stream. I should do this more often. More streams where I'm just playing some Paper Mario game while just like talking about some random shit for a few hours. Hey, look at that. It was 4 hours. I was right. But anyway, yeah. Here's hoping for a really good Paper Mario 7. Maybe we'll even... I don't know. I had this idea that, after Paper Mario 7 comes out and we play through it, we can, like, come back to the stream and see how much of the predictions are right. But I'm realizing we didn't really talk about predictions that much in this stream, more so than we did just, like, this is how things have been, and I like this more. Hopefully they do this thing, but it's okay if they do this other thing if it's good. I feel like that was kind of a lot of my talking points in this stream and not so much actually making predictions, because, like, let's be real with you guys. The next Paper Mario game is a completely open book. Who knows what direction they're going to take with literally anything? It's so impossible to tell right now, and that's part of why I wanted to do this stream in the first place, because it's really interesting to me. I don't think I would be able to do this again with another Paper Mario game unless they somehow recreated this situation of having, like, here's bland Paper Marios for a decade, or, like, less fun Paper Marios for a decade, and now here's a remake of the one that everyone loves, you know? Like, this situation for Paper Mario, with all the games in and out of the series that have released since the Switch, is so unique and interesting, and that's why I wanted to talk about, like, how crazy the next Paper Mario could be, like, what they could do with this or that or whatever. Because it's just, it's interesting. It's interesting. You can't predict it. There's no way of knowing what direction they're going to go. I'm sure the art style will look good. The music will probably be great and big and grandiose. Maybe too much. Hopefully not. You know, but, like, who knows? We don't know where it's going. Maybe Mario will have Zelda-style hearts in the next game, and not, like, HP numbers. Who fucking knows, man? Who knows? But, eh. He was hoping. He was hoping for a good one. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate all of you being here. If you want to support me, do so on Patreon. The link is in the description. And, you can... I've already said the perks, like, twice at this point, but, like, you can just check it out on your own if you want. Work in progresses of art. Bye! And maybe soon I'll actually update the 16:9 borders to have the proper blue sky info that it's supposed to have now.